I don't think anyone that watched video that day of what was going on or experienced it firsthand will ever forget that day. You know, watching those towers fall and, you know, knowing that there were so many first responders, you know, that had rushed to the scene, you know, with no regard for their own life, just to help other people. I just remember sitting there feeling helpless, like there was nothing I could do. And that's why I ended up, in the long run, joining the military, because I was like, okay, well, I can do this. And this is my way to contribute for all the people that, you know, gave themselves up on that day. I never really thought about actually joining the military, but I always enjoyed playing like military games, running around in the woods, playing war. I enlisted in September of 2002. Inside, I felt like I was supposed to be there. My first combat deployment, I was scared shitless. And anyone that tells you they aren't is lying to you, I promise. We got word in early November that we were going to go after the highest value target that was on the market. I was a cherry. I was 3 months in the regiment. I didn't know shit. When we landed the ramp on the C-17, lower down, and I stepped foot on Afghani soil, and I was like, wow, I'm in combat now. That night, same cycle of darkness, we got on Chinooks and we flew into Nongalam. 1st Ranger Battalion had been tasked with driving Hiluxes up to where we were supposed to be infilled, which was an all-day, all-night drive to where they dropped us off in the middle of the mountains. As day broke, I was sitting on the back of the truck, and I'm looking over, and half of our tire is on the trail, and the other half is not. I just remember sitting there being like, have we been driving like this all night? Like, we could have been dead, like, so many times. And we just didn't even have a clue. I mean, you couldn't even see it under nods. Once we got dropped off by 1st Ranger Battalion, we got all of our shit together and started initial movement. And basically at that point in time, the objective had been to clear grid squares. And it was kind of in a valley. We were still at 10,000 something feet, but we were kind of in that valley. Headshed wanted us to walk up the valley and just clear villages and try to find signs of Taliban, Al-Qaeda, you name it. My rucksack weighed upwards of 100 pounds, probably more. And we just went day to day at elevation where your breath is taken from you because of the thinner air. It took everyone time to get used to that. And we walked, and we just cleared village to village, room to room, barn to barn. And we were in country you don't want to be in. We got to one point where we're trying to make a river crossing, and keeping in mind it's November in Afghanistan at elevation, so it was freezing cold, and the water had, like, the river water had ice chunks floating down it. That's how cold it was. And we've been trying to cross this river for a good majority of the day. And we got there and we saw this little makeshift bridge. And when I say bridge, I mean a 2x6 from one bank to a rock in the middle of the river to the other side of the bank. And as one of my guys made it across, I was the second guy to go, actually. And I'm walking across, and river water, poor balance on my behalf, I'm not sure. I end up shifting and falling into the ice river. I blacked out immediately. All I remember is seeing an arm sticking out into the river, and the guy that had got across had plowed back in waist deep to grab me as I was floating down the river unconscious. He got me back to shore. I was safe and secure, and the irony of that was about 200 meters up the river, there was an actual, like, real bridge. So it was completely unnecessary. Obviously, we didn't know it at the time. I'm freezing to death. I regained consciousness, and I'm sitting on the edge of the river. I go digging in my rucksack that's just packed to the brim, and I'm looking for my Gore-Tex socks, keep my feet dry. I'm digging, I yard sail this whole rucksack. Finally find them, strip my boots and my wet socks, and I put the Gore-Tex socks on, and I'm like, okay, I can feel my heat starting to generate in my feet. And all of a sudden I hear, all right, let's roll. And the whole element, like, picks up and starts to move out, but, like, all of my stuff is just, like, laid out on the riverbank. And I'm, like, frantically trying to stuff shit into my rucksack so I'm not, like, left behind, because that's one thing you don't want to do in the GAN, is be alone. And I was a rookie, so I didn't get much respect, in all honesty. So I'm trying to stuff all this shit in my ruck. Finally get it all packed up, and I fall in, like, right at the end of the column. And then we walked for probably 500 more meters, and then we stopped for the night. We bartered with the village elder, who hooked us up with one of the gentlemen that lived in the village, and they were like, hey, you can bed down here. Here's two, houses, one for the senior leadership, as it turned out to be, and one for, the privates and TAP Spec 4s and things like that. Because of my status of, freezing to death, I ended up in with the fire with the bigwigs, and I've never felt more out of place in my entire life. I'm sitting there trying to not die, and they're sitting there talking about stupid shit like game shows and stuff, and I'm like the weird guy in the corner, just don't pay attention to me, I'm just trying not to freeze to death. And after a couple hours, I warmed up enough. I went out. We had kicked out security for the AO. So I just went and relieved one of the other guys out there. He'd been on shift for about 2-3 hours. And I went out and pulled my shift. But it was after I'd gotten warmed up a little bit, so clothes started to dry out a little bit with the fire. And yeah, that was the first 2 weeks of my combat experience. The SEALs wanted to conduct a mission, and they thought they had an HVT in this particular region, and they wanted us to come as backup support. Infill in the middle of the night, like most times. The SEALs were coming in on like little birds or like Hueys and like dropping them off all over the region. So we get there, it's about daybreak, and we stumble upon this one house. We're in our stack, and I noticed a pile of like corn cobs or something that resembled that. And I don't know why it stuck with me. We enter the house, it looks like a normal house, like that didn't look, to be anything that was not right. So we do our SSE, sensitive site exploitation. We do that, investigating anything we can find, any leads that may lead to a follow-on objective or, anything. We don't find much. And then as we're doing a sweep of the perimeter, me and another guy end up over where the corn stalks. I said, that looks weird, the weird placement. And so we kind of just like start shuffling it through it with our feet. And it turns out to be, they were like, 14, 15 AKs, a bunch of pistols, Russian pistols, some hand grenades. So we ended up balling up the homeowner, and he ended up being actually that HVT. So after we got control of that high value target, and he was taken off to wherever he was taken off to, it was Thanksgiving. So they flew in Blackhawks with Mermites and flew us in Thanksgiving dinner. And it was a very calm night. We had a couple of fires, which is never a good idea out in the middle of nowhere because you can see it from forever. But we had a couple of fires and we all sat around and we got, Thanksgiving dinner, so that was cool. For the next literally 12, 13 days, we just walked, clearing Druid squares. I think we were on maybe the third day, and we had gotten news that one of our boys had gotten blown up in an IED. He was an armor, name was Jay Blessing. And he was with the other armor who was a little bit older than him, like in his 50s or something. And they hit a IED. Blew the Humvee up, and the old timer survived, but was banged up pretty good. And it was kind of weird because even as a cherry private, right before we left for the deployment, me and one of my buddies were sitting there behind a shack on a training range smoking a cigarette with Jay. And so that hit home a little bit, made you feel vulnerable. For the next bunch of days, we just walked, kicking indoors, clearing villages, trying not to get blown up, sleeping in people's barns. It was about 2 or 3 days before we ended up getting pulled out of there. I was on guard with the same guy that, had helped rescue me from the river when I fell in. And we were just sitting there talking about bullshit, just life. And we're kind of sitting there staring, and we just see this, well, from my recollection, all I remember seeing is this bright orange ball, like coming right at us. And it was an RPG, and someone had fired it from across the fucking valley. And this guy put like a 1 in a million shot on this thing. It landed 10 meters, 15 meters from where our fire was, which was the only light source that you could see. He just lobbed it up there and got lucky. We all jumped up. Everyone grabbed whatever weapon was around him, and we just unleashed fucking hell on where we thought it came from. I'm trying to direct people because I was on watch. Everyone else was asleep. So I'm like, over there, by that ridge, blah, blah, blah. But no one was listening. It didn't matter. Everyone was just shooting and just sprayed the entire fucking mountainside with just automatic machine gun fire, 5.56, mortars, everything. We threw everything at it. I bet you we didn't hit a damn thing. Winter Strike was such a unique operation. It was actually, we found this out later, it was actually a poker bet, if you will, between special operations leadership. Who can do this mission? And I'm not going to name specific units, but this unit said no, this unit said no, this unit said no, and our commanding officer at the time said, "My Rangers can do it." That was the toughest 30 days I've ever been through in my entire life. I was immediately welcomed as like a member of my platoon after that trip because it was so bad. And no other deployment was that bad. I mean, minus death, any of that shit. This was the worst that a human could go through and still come out the other end alive. And so we nicknamed it Winter Strike, bitch. It was your validity in a way. If you survived Winter Strike, you were validated. When privates or even NCOs would bitch, would be like, you know where we're not? Winter Strike, bitch. Oh, you know where we didn't have hot food? Winter Strike, bitch. And it became this running joke of, if you weren't on Winter Strike, shut the fuck up. In April 2004, we redeployed to Afghanistan, coming off the previous deployment, Winter Strike, that was a couple of months earlier. And we got there, and we, got settled for about a day, and kind of had our marching orders to go out and continue to clear houses in the regions in the valleys and in pretty remote places. We executed a GAF, which is a ground assault force, from Bagram Air Force Base through Gardez, and the ending place being at a FOB that the Italians had set up in the early war, and it was named FOB Salerno. One of the places that we, it sticks out in my mind that was extraordinarily dangerous was we had come through this valley. And as we got to the end of the valley, there were these just sheer, straight up cliffs. It must have been, 100, 200 feet high. And I was driving the Humvee at the time, and the Humvee mirrors were almost scraping the sides of the canyon wall as we came through. And I looked at my squad leader, who was sitting in the passenger seat, what we call a TC. I looked at him and was like, this is a bad spot. We arrived at FOB Salerno. We got our gear off the vehicles. We refitted water, spare gas, and cleaned the weapons down, 50 cals and Mark 19s, and made sure that they, because it's very dusty when you're driving on some of these rural roads. We all, bedded down. We were pretty exhausted after, a long convoy. And I think we were asleep for maybe an hour or two. And someone busted into the hooch and was like, "Get kitted, we have eagles in contact." Everybody, wiped the sleep from their eyes, got up, kitted up, and mounted up on the Humvees, and we staged at the front gate. We had reports coming in as we were, waiting to jump out and go out and help from a QRF standpoint. And we knew that there were some wounded Rangers, that had, exchanged gunfire. And but we really didn't know anything more than that. And we were ready to rock and roll and ready to, go support them. And then we got the call to stand down, dismount the Humvees, drop your kit, and be prepared to receive casualties. As they came in with the Humvees from the element that had been engaged in the valley that we had driven through earlier that day, they came in, and I remember hearing, "Don't tell him he doesn't know yet." We kind of knew when that was said. who he was talking about. Pat Tillman, his brother was in the same company as he was, and he was there while they were, going through that valley. And what ended up happening is, Pat took a round to his head. When the Humvees got back, I remember washing blood off of the litters, and I remember hearing that, "Don't tell him he doesn't know yet." And about 15, 20 minutes later, someone obviously, or he had figured out, someone had told him, or he had, discovered it on his own, that his brother was dead. And I'll never forget the blood-curdling scream that came out of one of the huts. They had, balled up a couple of people and brought, detainees back to the fob. But it wasn't until a long time later that we realized that, Tillman was unfortunately the result of a friendly fire incident. So our guys were on funeral detail. They, 3 guys on each side of a truck bed with a casket, placed in the bed. And they drove it from where the special operations side of the base was, down a street, to an airfield where Kevin, escorted Pat's, body back home so that he could be laid to rest. I just remember watching Kevin walking behind that Hilux and, staring at a coffin that, had his brother in it. And I just remember feeling just so bad. This was such a personal thing. I mean, at any time one of our guys dies, it's personal, but this was a different level of personal. And I just remember watching Kevin cry and just being like, this isn't for public consumption. And I'll never forget that. I'll never forget what it felt like to watch him, walk behind his brother down that road. It changed me. What if that was my little brother in there, or my big brother? What if my brother was walking behind my casket? So it was just the emotion was, if you weren't emotional, you're not a human. I guess I'll leave it at that. The thing about, people dying over there is that you don't get a chance to stop. You're going right back out the next day or the next night on other hits, and you just don't have time to mourn. Someone's dead, you tuck it away like everything else, and you go out and do what is asked of you. The 2004 Afghanistan trip, was wrapping up. We knew we had, this was an unscheduled deployment. It was what we called a surge. But we also knew we had our scheduled deployment, which was going to leave July 1 to go to Iraq. So there wasn't hardly any downtime. We wound up the deployment, went back to Fort Lewis about mid-May, 3rd week of May. So we had about 5 weeks or so. We trained up a little bit. We, relaxed a little bit, and then, we got on the bird and we went over and do our scheduled rotation, which is in Baghdad, 2004. So we landed in Iraq. I had been mostly doing cold weather stuff on my deployments. We landed, it was 128 degrees or something like that. It was ridiculous. It felt like you were sucking air out of a hairdryer. So we got to where our FOB would be, which was MSS Baghdad. And we relieved 1st Range Battalion. And I remember sitting there talking to a 1st Range Battalion guy, and I asked him, I was like, how long does it take to get used to this heat? He goes, you don't. That's all he said. We're 10 guest houses filled with all special operations people, and then security was pulled by 17 Cav. We just began launching missions out of there every night, every day, sometimes in Humvees, sometimes in Blackhawks, sometimes in Little Birds. Someone would kick your door in, for lack of a better word, and be like, hey, we got a mission, get kitted, let's go. It was totally different than Afghanistan. Afghanistan's very rural. Iraq was, for the most part, city warfare. Every ounce of you was on alert due to the urban warfare style, which was a huge change from Afghanistan. It definitely took a few minutes to get, acquainted with that. And you're dealing with an op tempo that was extreme. You were constantly under threat from IEDs, improvised explosive devices, and vehicle-borne explosive devices. So your head was on a swivel. You had to be paying attention all the time because you let your guard down for 1 second and that could be the last second you have, or all the people that are with you. I had a lot of hats in Baghdad. I was a driver, I was a door kicker, I was blowing breaches, doing SSE, sensitive site exploitation, interrogation. And that was really where I got my first taste of interrogation, which was a very interesting, enlightening experience in a negative way. So you'd stack up outside of the house, and there'd be 3 or 4 people with you, and we would have planted a breaching device, meaning demolition of some sort, to cripple the door so that we could make entry. And you're in a city block, there's houses all around you, which in Afghanistan it was very remote, so this was definitely a change of scenery. Everyone was hearing what you did. We'd crush into that house, clear all the rooms. Usually that took less than a minute. We were efficient. It was just absolute fucking chaos. You would come in there and do your best to control the situation. You would, search people down. We would flex cuff the MAMs, military-age males, we called them MAMs. Canaries were women and children. They weren't the threat. But it was basically anyone like 12, 13 years older. That's who we would make sure that, we rolled up when we got there and kept them under control. And then we would start the interrogation process. And we would figure out from there what males needed to be sent into captivity. And then we would walk out the front door, and if we arrived in Humvees, we would jump in our Humvees. And if we flew in by air, we would stage an HLZ, helicopter landing zone, and we would wait for the birds to come pick us up with our detainee, and we would bounce off the objective. And we did that almost every single night, a lot of time during the day too. We were very busy during that time. Every room you clear, every door you kick, you run the potential of that being the last door you kick. Someone might be standing there with a fucking weapon and they just blast you in the fucking throat and it's over. That was the reality of, the situation that we were in. So as difficult as Iraq was, trying to get acclimated to the culture, to the environment. I mean, we obviously had our downtime. We had a pool in our backyard, and every house in that 10 blocks that we were at, the MSS had a pool in their backyard. So out of boredom, water sports became kind of like one of the things we would use to pass the time. We also had a volleyball court that we used to play around at, and I mean, we'd play all day long. When we weren't on a mission, we were in the pool, we were either training or we were playing volleyball. It was our way of decompressing, for lack of a better word, because the op tempo was just ridiculous. We had a guy that used to clean our pool, but he got blown up in an IED on the way to come clean our pool. And I remember, dark humor-wise, well, who's gonna clean our fucking pool? That's where you get that rugged, jaded sense that you get from a lot of veterans that have seen things, is it's dark humor. You don't really, you stop caring. And I don't know that you ever come back from that. And that was the way that, you know, we handled the vast majority of bad things that happened. I mean, you can only see so many things so many times before you get immune to it in a way. I mean, it always affects you. And I had to be that way, as did my friends, the ones that were successful, that were able to do all this for all those years. You have to be dark. You have to find a way to laugh off death. We're talking about death, right? We all owe one. But when you're actually sitting there looking at it, how do one of my boys just got, you know, hurt or killed. How do I rebound from that? Feel sorry for him? Of course. But that wasn't the guiding light. It was dark humor, make a joke about it, so that you could go out and do your mission tonight. And that's how it was, every fucking night. It doesn't matter what happened yesterday. Doesn't matter what loss you had. It's irrelevant. You still have a job to do tonight. We go on a hit with another special operations unit that was in the compound with us. And it was a 4-house hit, all in a line. And there were going to be 4 separate teams that went into those 4 separate houses. The first 2 were the other special operations unit, and the second 2 were ours. The element that kicked in the door and made entry, their house, their fight. We weren't going to exchange fire. If we did take contact, and we were the only house number 4, that took contact, you call in little birds, and they were going to come in on a gun run and fire thermal barrack rockets through the house, and then we would make entry. We dismounted out of the Humvees, and everyone started to, they broke up into our own teams, and we started to move down the street. And as we moved, each team would bounce to their house. We got to about house 3, and we were house 4. And all of a sudden we heard a dog barking, and then the sound of a suppressed fucking M4, and then no dog barking. Well, the dog yelping, "Ow!" woke up the whole fucking neighborhood. By the time we got to house 4, we stopped, and there was this hedge grove right there, and we were like, okay, we got everybody, awesome. We slip around the hedge grove, and all of a sudden it was just AK-47 fire just raining down on us. An Iraqi gentleman on the balcony who just decided it was his night to fight, and you can hear the bullets ripping through the trunk, hitting the car that we're hiding behind. We were totally fucked. And it was me, my squad leader, and a corporal that were behind the trunk of the car. Anyone that has been in a gunfight will tell you the trunk is the last place you want to be when bullets start ripping through metal. The engine's where you want to be. It's, bulkier, it'll stop some of the rounds. My squad leader gets on the radio immediately and calls for close air support from the Little Birds. At the meantime, we're sitting here and rounds are ripping into the trunk of the car and the glass all around it. And I had, at one point, I just had enough. And I was the lowest ranking dude. I was a PFC. And I had a corporal and an E6. And I was like, both of you get the fuck out of my way. And I took the machine gun, I slammed it down on the fucking trunk of the car we were hiding behind, and I just let loose. At the same time, we're danger close to where these Little Birds are gonna be firing these thermal barrel rockets into this house. So squad leader is like, hey, fall back. So we come away from the house across the dirt road, and we fucking slide into this ditch, which smelled god-awful. What we later learned as we laid there for, 3 or 4 minutes waiting for the Little Bird to come in, it was a shit ditch. So we were laying in human feces. My squad leader says, hey, as soon as they fire their rockets, I want you to get up on top of the berm and fucking fire your machine gun in every window, every anything. And as soon as you go rounds out, we'll jump out of the ditch and hit the house. Little Birds come in, they hammer the roof. So I did. It was like stupid. It was like Rambo. I just got up there, I wasn't aiming. I was just crushing the front of this house. And as soon as I went rounds out, everybody got out, ran out of the shit ditch, and started their assault on the house. I got to the front door. Once I had a little bit of cover from the house, I reloaded, put another belt in the machine gun, and I just stood there pulling security on the door. As the other element was on the way up, it had blown out the entire side of the house, and there was a man who came out. I remember vividly him coming out, and he had, even under night vision, you could see he had blood dripping from his ears. He was in the area. I don't know how he didn't die. He was in the area where the rocket went off. I started to go up to the second floor of the house, and as I'm coming to the stairwell, I see a person. And at first I almost shot the person. And then I realized it was a woman with like 8 kids hiding underneath the, if the stairs go that way, they're hiding underneath here in the little nook. And as I was making my way past them and up the stairs, I just couldn't help but think, oh my God, I just dumped 200 fucking rounds of 7.62 into this house, and I could have killed like the whole goddamn family. Somehow, none of those bullets hit any of those people. I make my way up to the second floor, and I'm out on the balcony. The guy up there is, he's expired. We pulled Overwatch, and I just kept an eye on it. There were these like apple orchard that kind of went behind the house. So there were dogs running around out there, but I didn't see any humans. We did SSE, we collapsed the element, and we made it back to the Humvees, and we got on our way for exfil to head back to MSS Baghdad. But that was the first no shit gunfight I'd ever been in. We pulled some detainees, we brought them back. Honestly, I'm not really sure what happened to them after we, got them back from the objective. But everything for about a month was status quo. It was the same thing, just day by day. Every day you go out on hits, every day you'd come home, throw the baseball, or play volleyball, or go swimming, go to the gym. And your options are kind of limited. And so we worked with what we had. We lift off to go on the hit, and we're coming in, and we're 1 minute out. And I just remember watching the sky just light up. And there was just tracer fire everywhere. It was crazy. And what we had done is we had stumbled upon a wedding, an Iraqi wedding, where they fire their weapons up in the air as, an act of celebration. Well, we had no idea that we were flying into that. There was no way we would ever have known that. But as we're coming in, the whole night sky, because it's pitch black for the most part, we were kind of on the outskirts of Baghdad. As we come in, like the entire night sky just lights up. As we're flaring and about to, to land, it wasn't a fast rope situation. There was plenty of field. And when they saw us coming in, their celebratory fire turned into aggressive fire, and they started shooting at the Blackhawks that were delivering us. One of the birds took an RPG to the rotor blade. The bird had to make an emergency landing, but it didn't get, blown up. So it emergency crash lands. Elements move into the house and start clearing, which was a nightmare because there were like 80 fucking people in there. So it was very hectic. We made entry, and as we were kind of clearing through all the rooms, so there were a ton of canaries, women and children, and we rolled up, the military males. Some of them got killed in a skirmish. I didn't engage anyone in that conflict, but I did watch engagements. I just wasn't in a position to take a shot that I was confident in. One of the dudes that was, trying to shoot at us, a couple of guys took him down, but as he was dying, he grabbed a grenade, pulled the pin, and standard SOP for any down combatant is you lay down on the floor, you roll this way while someone looks to make sure there's no grenade, and if there is, you put the other guy, the combatant, back onto the grenade so he takes all the blast. It's not a perfect system, but it's better than just taking it to the face. Like anything, we got complacent. And one of the members from the other operations unit just rolled him over, and he was dead, but his fingers released, blew up in the face of one of our guys, and he killed him. So now we have a casualty, we have a downed bird, and we're in the middle of outskirts Baghdad. So QRF is immediately spun up. The QRF that infilled was purely to fix the rotor blade on the Blackhawk. I'd never seen anything like this in my life. They actually ran off the back of a Chinook with a rotor blade and then got up there like a mechanic at your local, body shop or something. They take the other one off that's damaged, put the other one on, nuts and bolts or whatever they do. We were all kicked out pulling security so that they could effectively do that. They load the banged up rotor blade onto the Chinook and then just fly off. That was our QRF. They weren't coming to save us, they were just coming to get the bird out of there. They did their fixes to the injured Blackhawk, and we all got back on birds. The little birds had already been sent back to refuel, so they brought Hawks to bring us back. And so they land, we jump on, we're sitting in the door, and we're flying back to Baghdad. And as we're coming in, this happened multiple times in my career. As we were coming in, someone from across the river shot an RPG at our bird coming in, and it just went just right by it. Didn't hit anything. We landed safely. That was the end of that skirmish, but it could have been worse. We came real close to getting shot out of the sky on that one. But unfortunately, we did lose a member of the special operations community. So that was a bad day. But war is a motherfucker, man. And this shit happens. And if you lose your step for 1 second in this game, that could be it. We arrived in Afghanistan on what was my 4th deployment, and we flew into Bagram Air Force Base and kind of got there, got settled. It was a training deployment almost. We went on one mission. It was a joint mission with the SEALs where we were hitting, kind of a village surrounded by rice paddies, if you will. And that was the only mission we went on. And we'd been there for 2.5 months, almost 3 months. We were about ready to go home, and we'd only conducted that one operation. And it was really just like sit and wait, which was frustrating for all of us because we were so used to a high, op tempo that this was, like we just watching movies and going to the gym and eating chow and training. All that changed. We were about ready to head down to, go to the PX, grab some dip, and, some chow and stuff like that. We're sitting there playing, I still remember to this day, Tiger Woods' Dream 18. And the door to the hooch got kicked in. It was one of the squad leaders, and he said, "Get your shit on. A bird just got shot down near Asadabad." They had said that a 4-man SEAL element had been compromised and were under direct attack, and they had called for QRF. And that bird had 8 other additional SEALs on it and 8 special operations helicopter, both medics, crew chiefs, door gunners that were attached to the Chinook. Upon insertion, they had gotten to where they were gonna do a fast rope out of the back of the Chinook, and a rocket came in towards the back entrance and struck the bird on the inside. It was very sudden. We, threw our kit on. I mean, this is not something that we're unaccustomed to. I mean, we're used to, the short time frame, like get your shit on, we gotta roll. We get kitted and we walk out of the hooch, and we're ready to go. And then they had to start making cuts because at the elevation where the helicopter had been shot down, we only had, maybe 16, 18 guys on the bird. It was mostly NCOs and Tab Spec 4s that went on the mission. We got our marching orders that day. We were going to fly into Jalalabad, and then we were going to wait for the cycle of darkness, and then we were going to go in and try to recover whoever was on that aircraft, and try to make sure that we policed up the crash site and got all of the personnel, dead or alive, out of there because you don't leave anyone behind. The 8 SEALs who would unsnap because you have a carabiner attached to your duty belt, and you snap that in to the floor so that you're secure and you can't go flying out the back. But when you get about that 30-second mark, everyone kind of takes a knee, and you unsnap and you get ready to do a fast rope into your objective. They had already unsnapped when the rocket hit the inside, and the 8 SEALs were thrown out of the back of the helicopter. When it started to rotate, it just, centrifugal force just kind of chucked them out of the back of the helicopter. The bird flipped over and slammed into the side of the mountain. We were watching it on our monitors. We didn't see anyone moving. We had hoped that there were still people out there that were alive, including that 4-man SEAL element. And so everyone, once we figured out what was going on, was like itching, like, hey, we gotta go get these guys, we gotta go get these guys. And because it could have been us, it could have been one of our birds that, we all got shot down. And I'd certainly want someone, coming to my rescue if I needed it. So you're obligated to do that. That's what the country expects of Army Rangers, is to go into those, terrible situations and make the best out of what's left. So that was our job. So we were dying, we were itching, let's go, let's go. So they got us on birds, and we took a couple of Chinooks and we flew into Jalalabad. We were waiting for the cycle of darkness to come on the 28th. And, as soon as it got dark, we got on the birds and we started to make our way towards where we were going to infill. The huge mountain rainstorm had come through that night. It was very foggy. You could barely see your hand in front of your face. It was pitch black in the middle of nowhere. And we got about 30 seconds out, and the Chinooks decided that we were going to turn around and go back to Jalalabad. We, ate a little bit of food, and, we bedded down, and we knew, the fires were still burning at the crash site, and we could see that on our imagery. So we were just on pins and needles, like, oh, let's go get this over with. And so we did the best we could to sleep, woke up the next day, and just kind of sat around and waited for the next cycle of darkness to come. And I quit smoking cigarettes at the time, but my friend, who was a fellow team leader of mine, we had bummed a cigarette from an Afghani army guy. We were sitting up on top of the roof in Jalalabad, and we were passing the cigarette back, back and forth. And at one point in time, as we were nearing the end of the cigarette, I looked over at my boy and I was like, we're gonna fucking die tonight, right? He looked back at me, took one more drag off the cigarette, dropped it on the ground, stomped it out with his boot, and said, yeah, let's go get this shit over with. So we made our way as nightfall came down to the airfield, and we honestly just kind of were laying on the tarmac, waiting for, nighttime, not like 8 o'clock, like 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock. And about that time, about 12, 1 o'clock, you could hear the turbines of the Chinook fire up, and the rotor started to go, and we knew, this is it. Here we go. We're going into a crash site where there may or may not be anyone alive, and they know we're coming. The enemy knows we're gonna come get our guys. I'd be lying if I, told you I wasn't scared shitless. I think everyone was. But it's just one of those things, it's another mission, it's another day. And so you gotta tuck that away. And you have to be willing to die for these people. And that's part of the fucking job. It's the unpleasant part of the job, but it's part of the job. Everyone wanted to get to the crash. And so second cycle of darkness, we load up, we get on the Chinooks, and we begin our trip to go infill on the side of the mountain. We got to where we were at the 30-second mark again. We were like, okay, almost in a way you're waiting for it to get called back, because that night it was very foggy, very similar to the night before. The crew chief of the Chinook kicked the ropes off. And generally speaking, we crack chem lights at the bottom of the rope so you can see if it's laying on the ground or not. And they're like, fuck, I can't see anything. And I remember distinctly just them looking at each other, and the dude on my side, my squad leader on that side, said, fuck it, and roped out. And as soon as the first guy goes, you're going. You're committed. So I roped out, and I was on that rope for so long, I had time to think about shit, which is hardly ever the case. Usually it's just get from A to B, you know, air to ground, and that's it. I hit the bottom of the rope, and it was a 90-foot rope, so it was probably an 85-foot, right around there, fast rope into the side of this mountain that was, you know, pitched like that. We take a casualty. Our RTO, which is our radio guy, he was coming down the rope, and you know, your hands start burning and whatnot after, you know, 30, 40 feet. Just the friction of you holding onto the rope. And he got, you know, a couple feet from the bottom and fell off the rope, and the guy behind him on the rope landed directly on his forearm and snapped his forearm in half. Right off the bat, you know, we got a guy that needs to get medevaced, and you ain't getting medevaced. You're just gonna have to tough it out. And so everybody, you know, kind of gathers themselves, if you will, and we pick up, and me and a fellow team leader, you know, well, he was gonna walk point and I was gonna be right behind him. That lasted for about 10, 15 minutes, and the visibility was so shitty that he stopped in front of me on this little itty bitty ridge, and I bumped into the back of him, and he was like, "House, can you walk point with me? I can't see a thing." And I was like, "Yeah, no problem, brother." We're side by side, shoulder to shoulder. We walk point. We walk all night. And the terrain was just rugged. It was pitch black. It was foggy. And you knew there were bad guys all around you. We just kept walking and walked and walked, and we got to the edge of this a downgrade like that. I mean, it was literally on the side of a mountain. And we got there right as day broke, and that would have been 30th of June, about a day and a half after the bird had been shot down originally. It was still smoking, still smoldering. We got there, my platoon sergeant went and took a quick peek over the edge and could see, you know, numerous bodies that were laying there on the side of the hill. And he came back, and, you know, words I'll never forget. He goes, "This day you'll never forget. This is what you did this for. It's gonna be a fucking son of a bitch, but we gotta get it done." We all dropped our kit. We held our weapons with us. We dropped our kit. We had security kicked out on the side, and there were about 15, 20 people tops that went down and began recovering the bodies. There was no one left. Everyone was dead. We had hoped that we would find live crew members, but we didn't. And the first body I came across looked normal, not dead, minus, you know, his eyes weren't blinking. His leg had been severed right above the knee, and it was kind of laying next to his head, boots still on. So we started just kind of going throughout the day. You know, we putting guys in body bags. You know, a lot of these guys that were, you know, part of the crew of the Chinook, you know, you could tell that, you know, were burnt alive. Their insides were hollow for the most part. Their organs had all been cooked. And, you know, a couple of them, as we're trying to put them in body bags, you know, their arms are snapping in half, completely charred. Arms are snapping in half. One guy's head rolled off his body when we were trying to get him in a body bag. We stumbled upon one SEAL who was laying face down, head pointed down towards the mountain. He had a hole in his helmet from the impact from when he got thrown out, and had, what we could tell, landed on, some rocks, and it, penetrated his helmet and his skull. And so his brain was oozing out of the top of his helmet. It was me, my platoon sergeant, and another ranger. And as we started to roll him over, a hand grenade came tumbling out from underneath him. And we knew that like Taliban or Al Qaeda had been there before we had gotten there. So when we saw the grenade, I saw it first, and I literally looked at both my platoon sergeant and that other ranger, and I was like, grenade. And all of us just closed our eyes and waited for it to go off. We thought it was a booby trap. It actually had just fallen out of that SEAL's, kit, and happened to be laying underneath him. So we all kind of slowly opened our eyes up after a few seconds, and we disposed of the grenade and got him into a body bag as well. It took all day. The recovery of the bodies took all day. And, we had a couple, we had trouble finding a couple of them. We had 14 in bags. And I mean, you're carrying these body bags up, like I said, like just a hellacious incline. We had no water. They told us we'd be there for 6 hours. We were there for 13 days. We had no food. Everyone was exhausted. It's, almost the 1st of July, it's hot as hell. And we did body recovery all day long. I walked up on a gentleman who was part of the helicopter crew. His name was Marcus Morales. I found Marcus. He was supposed to be going home like the next day, but the other flight medic got sick. So Marcus was like, don't worry about it, I'll go. He had just had a kid, brand new baby girl. He never got to see his baby girl. He had, crashed and burned to death. And, but we got everybody packaged up. We found the 15th body, and we had done some training with him before this. He was underneath the fuselage, which was kind of rested up against a tree. Me and my platoon sergeant actually found him. And my platoon sergeant was like 6'4". He was tall. And I'm only 6 feet. So we kind of looked at each other, and I was like, I'll go, I'm smaller than you. And so we tried to grab the body by kind of the ankles and pull him out, from underneath the fuselage, but his skin was so burnt to death, like all his skin came down to, like his ankles, around his boots. And his Kevlar vest was melted into the base of the tree. I climbed in under the fuselage. I kind of wrapped my arms around him. Didn't have a lot of leverage. I was able to break him loose from the tree, but I couldn't back out with him. My platoon sergeant grabbed me by the ankles and pulled both of us out. And I had just human remains just all over me. Then it was on the hunt for number 16. And we walked up and down the side of that mountain all day. And then it was right about dark. And we stumbled upon some bones that were clearly human remains. The body had been completely burnt with the exception of these bones. So we had nothing else to put anything in. So we put his bones in a MRE box. And so we sent out 15 body bags in an MRE box with the 16th soldier with his remains in it. We stayed out there for about 10, 11 days, something like that. We had to have aerial resupplies from C-130s. They would push pallets out at night to give us food, water. And throughout those 11 days, we stayed up around where the helicopter was shut down and continued to look for the SEALs. About half of the element we had up there was tasked to go down the mountain. They had a radio beacon that they were monitoring that one of the SEALs would have had on them. So they follow this beacon to this village, and they start, kicking in doors, clearing rooms. And all of a sudden, one of the villagers starts pushing this guy out, and he was a little bigger than everybody else. He was dressed in, standard Afghani garb. And they realize that, it's one of the SEALs. They go link up with him, and they start passing information. And they kind of ask him, hey, where's the rest of your team, man? And Marcus Luttrell, who was the lone survivor on this trip, said that they're dead. They're all dead, man. You get numb to the death, to the destruction, to the feelings, to emotion. You just kind of switch it off. And I've spent my entire life since then trying to be able to turn it back on. A couple of days before we left, the news came out and said that, Ramadi, Iraq was now the most dangerous city in the world, surpassing Fallujah and other places like that had been kind of the hot spots. There was a lot of insurgent activity that was going on in Ramadi at the time. And one of the hardest parts about fighting this war was, it wasn't like World War II where people were wearing, uniforms on both sides. People would, they're in plain clothes, walking amongst the general public that wanted nothing to do with this. They were just trying to live their daily lives. So it was very hard to identify your opponents. Everything was kind of, you got taken by surprise. There was no like, oh, look, there they are, here we are, let's have a gunfight. It was, here we are, you can see us, and we have no idea who you are, which made it very difficult as far as, identifying the enemy that we were there to fight. It was a brutal time. It was a brutal city, and it was kind of that kill or be killed mentality that takes over when you're in a fight or flight situation, where you do what you have to do to make sure you survive and your friends survive, more importantly. It takes a minute to get back into combat mode after you've been home for 5 months. Coming off the crash site trip, everybody's emotions were on edge, knowing it was the most dangerous city in the world at the time. So you didn't have an inch to give, you had to press. And unfortunately, that leads to some bad decision making on not only the command's plate, but also on the operators that are out there conducting the operations. There's a different dynamic when you're a team leader or in any sort of leadership position, be it squad leader or platoon sergeant, platoon leader. You know, your higher ranking guys in the rank structure of the platoon. It's a different feeling. Being a team leader was the best job I ever had. You have control over your men, you have decision-making capabilities, and you also get to go on all the hits. And so you're like the first guy in the door on every room, every breach, exterior breach. You're the first guy in, and you're leading a team of 4 people, including yourself, as a line team leader. And you're in it. And that was the best job I ever had. And people, when I tell people that, they think I'm crazy, but being a Ranger team leader was the epitome of everything I wanted to do when I, decided to join the military. That was it. That was the cream of the crop right there. I loved that. A special operations soldier from a different unit that went out on a reconnaissance mission near Lake Tharthar. They were going after an HVT. It was this special operations soldier, what we called Mohawks, which were what we used for the indigenous personnel that knew the area. And then there was another member from a different organization with them. They got down to where HVT had been, spotted at, identified them, and eliminated the threat. And then as they were exfilling, they got ambushed. It was a long, straight road from where the hit was to where they could get back on a highway and have a little bit of freedom. And in that stretch, they were engaged by multiple vehicles, multiple, personnel, and everyone in the vehicle was wounded. I think the Mohawk had like 5 or 6 bullet holes in him, and he showed up back to the base like 4 days later. I guess he just walked there, I don't know. The other individual in the vehicle was wounded multiple times, and for the other special operations soldier, he was fatally shot in the head and didn't make it. When we found out that they were in contact, we were still at the FOB. We jumped in vehicles and drove to their last known location and started to search for the team. We drove past a vehicle that had been riddled with gunfire, multiple vehicles with occupants sitting in them, but we didn't know what the situation had been. We kind of got blindly spun up on it. And looking back on it, we drove by those vehicles with the occupants were the people that had been engaged in the gunfight with our guys. We didn't have enough on-site intel at that point to know, hey, we should stop this vehicle, or these may be, people that had something to do with it. We found the vehicle, like I said, it was riddled with bullet holes, unoccupied, blood all over the back seat. No sign of any of the 3 team members that were on that particular mission. We drove down to where the initial hit was supposed to be. We found nothing. We drove back down that long road. Nothing. Didn't find anything. The special operations soldier that was killed, the other team member brought him to a little outpost in the middle of a field just overlooking a highway. They ended up getting picked up by those guys, and then, like I said, the other person walked to the gate of where our compound was a couple of days later. So everyone was accounted for, but we lost a special operations soldier in the mix, and the other 2 people that were engaged recovered from their wounds, but we did lose a man. So that was a tough day, and but that's part of it. You expect to have tough days. We went on a hit, and we had actually been to this neighborhood like 3 or 4 times that week, trying to find this target that we were after. We were on strikers, and we stopped the vehicle short of the objective. We dismounted and left the vehicle sitting at that location, and then we dismounted and began walking to our target house. As we're walking up, after we made the turn, we had walked through, it was probably like 10 or 15 houses from where we made the right-hand turn to where the target house was. We blew the breach. I was behind the hood of a car if the breach is here, I'm on the other side of the car using the engine is a shield, if you will. So the breach blows, the vehicles start to make their way up to the target house, and it was about the third or fourth vehicle down the line. And I guess they had woken up whoever was, because like I said, we'd been there like 4 times in 1 week, and they had emplaced what we call daisy chain IED, which is multiple explosives linked together. So when you blow it, it blows all the explosives, and they had lined both sides of the street with that. And it's so hard to see because there's rubble, there's trash. It's not like walking through a good American neighborhood where it's like you'd be like, oh shit, there's a bomb. Everything's just, you just don't notice it. And we had been on both sides of the street when we made that right-hand turn. We were on parallel sides of the street walking towards the target house. Come to find out that they had daisy chained both sides of the road all the way up to the target house. And we had jammers on our strikers, so they were blocking the signal. And once the last vehicle cleared the jammer's radius, an enormous explosion. It threw me over the hood of the car, and I just landed just on my face, basically. None of the strikers took any damage. One guy, due to the blast concussion, slammed his face off of the edge of the striker, so he had some facial damage, but no KIAs or anything. It was incredibly lucky. It could have killed 2/3 of our entire platoon if that guy was awake. I didn't know after the initial explosion, when I started to flow into the rooms, I didn't know if anyone on those strikers were alive or dead, or any of the dudes that were on the street, were alive or dead. I had no idea. You just go, and you find out later sometimes, and that's the way you got to do it. You get pissed, and you go and you do what you got to do, and there's no grieving. There's no time to grieve. And so that we got lucky on that one. The worst one from Ramadi was on March 18th. We were only like 2 or 3 weeks away from going home. And there was a hit on, and I still remember the name, Objective Miami. And there was Objective Miami 2. Objective Miami was the main hit. And Objective Miami 2 was across the river, where we thought that they would, skirt to if they got wise to the hit on Miami 1. So my particular job on that mission, myself, my fellow team leader and squad leader, and our guys were staged down by the airfield. We had brought in a different platoon because of the size of the hit. So we had one Alpha that was with us. And we had known, we'd known these guys. We, kind of sitting around shooting the shit before we went on the mission. And I was in a room with a couple of team leaders and myself, and we were talking to a soldier whose name was Dale Brem. And we were kind of just laughing, shooting the shit. We hadn't seen him in a while. And we're like, all right, man. Well, they were about to launch on Miami 1 with the other half of our platoon. And so we said goodbye, and we were like, hey man, I'll catch you back at Mid-Rats, which is midnight rations. After a mission, you come back, they'd have like buffalo wings and, eggs, whatever you wanted. We never caught him at Mid-Rats. Him and another soldier, whose name is Ricardo Barraza, were on the initial hit for Miami 1. And they launched on it. They breached and entered the structure. began clearing rooms. They got to a room, door was closed, they kicked the door, and both began to feed through. And the way that you clear a room is one guy goes one way, one guy that's behind him goes the opposite, and it just does that throughout however many people are in the stack. Well, they breached this door. There was a stack of mattresses on the floor, and there was a guy behind him with an AK, full auto. Put the weapon up over the mattresses and just hammered it right at the door, which we called the fatal funnel. Like, you got to clear the door because that's where the enemy's guns are naturally drawn to where you're going to be entering that room. And as they came in, one went left, one went right, and they were both hit by the AK fire and about the side right there. One guy on one side, one guy on the other. A saw gunner came in behind them and eliminated the threat behind the mattresses. There was a radio call that came out that we have Eagles down, and one of them said, "I'm hit and I can't move." And that was the last radio transmission we had. We were staged at the airfield because we were the QRF that was going to launch on Miami 2. Our job was, in the event that there were people that were fleeing from the initial target house, we were going to launch on the second house across the river to roll them up in the event that happened. So we were sitting down by the airfield with the whole squad, everybody's kitted out, and the Black Hawk, its turbine started to kick on, and the rotors started spinning, and we were like, oh shit, all right, here we go. There must be people fleeing from the objective. And the flight medic came running down the hill, jumped in the Black Hawk, and they just took off. We were all just standing there, like sitting on, like, were we supposed to be on that bird? We walk up to the TOC, the Tactical Operations Center, and they have, camera, videos, pictures, monitors all over the place, monitoring everything that's going on. So by the time we get up there, it was about a 2 or 3 minute walk, and the target house wasn't far away. So by the time we got up there, the Black Hawk that was on the airfield with us was coming into picture on the footage that we were receiving from ISR. And so we're looking at it on the screen, and we knew that there were 2 casualties, and we didn't know the status of them. We have what they call battle roster numbers. So we learned something in Somalia, that saying someone's name over the net was a very negative thing. We have the list as we're sitting in there watching this unfold, and they're reading off the battle roster numbers of the wounded individuals that they were, pulling off of the objective via medevac. And so we're looking down and we see the names, and one of them is Dale Brem, who we had just been talking to 15, 20 minutes before that. And the other one was Ricardo Barraza. The medevac bird came in, they loaded the guys up, put them on the medevac, and flew them to the CASH, which is the Army hospital that was in Ramadi. At that point, we didn't know the status of them. It was kind of a wait and see game. Interesting thing that happened on that, and this usually doesn't happen, but it was just kind of so sudden. When the element encountered that gentleman behind the mattresses that fired on that Ricardo and Dale, our element stopped and got bogged down in that room trying to, doctor those guys up and get the medevac called and everything. And it was after they were exfilled on the bird that they, kind of looked at each other, and they were like, we didn't finish clearing the house. They had cleared the downstairs, but they had yet to go upstairs. They went upstairs, started clearing rooms, and got to one room, kicked in the door, nothing. But they have these, it's like a wall locker, is what we called them, but it's basically like a big wooden, closet that, doors open like that, and you could hang, stuff in there, and there were shelves. As they opened the wall locker, there was, a teenage kid in there. And, they thought at first he was, just kind of trying to hide from the chaos that had already gone on downstairs. But as they backed up, he raised his arms up in the air and then, kind of threw them down towards his, waist. And he detonated a suicide vest full of ball bearings and stuff like that, basically an improvised claymore mine. And no one was killed, but guys got hit by a ton of shrapnel. When Reverend Braza got to the hospital, a couple of us jumped in a Hilux and drove down there. And, you know, the surgeon was standing in the room, and he was like, he called it. He was like, they're gone. And, he started to get emotional. He was like, listen, gents, these guys could have been shot on my operating table, and I still wouldn't have been able to save them. I guess that was comfort, knowing that there was nothing we could have done, but it didn't ease the pain of it, I mean, I was talking to the guy 15 minutes before that, and, and then he's gone. And there wasn't a fucking thing we could do about it. It was my last day, and my platoon sergeant came up to me and he was like, hey, House, I need you to roll with me on this mission. This could get hairy. And I was like, hey, Sergeant, I leave tomorrow night, and we're going to hit tonight. And he was like, I know. And I was like, I've seen this movie. I get killed. And we both kind of chuckled at each other. And I was like, I'll come on the hit with you, but if I get killed, it's on you. And he just like, I got you, House. That night, the plan was we were going to infill by boat. And they had these like pretty awesome boats. SWIC was the acronym for the crews that manned these boats, but they were very heavily armed. Miniguns, 50 cals, like on every side. The only issue is that, we weigh, with kit on, 265, 275 pounds, depending on body weight. And we were, cruising down rivers. The enemy had gotten kind of wise to us using, watercraft. And so they would IED the choke points, the narrow points in the river. So they gave us these little life jackets. They were like Snoopy life jackets, like you could barely fit one arm through it. And the big fear was like, if we get hit while we're on a boat, we're all just gonna drown. There's no way around it. And the reason we were after this particular objective was that they had been using, there was a pump house right by the river, and they had been using the side between the pump house and the river. There was like a little dead spot there, and insurgents had been burying weapons there in a cache. And they would go dig up their weapons in the morning, go conduct their attacks, and then in the evening they would come back and bury all their weapons and then go home to their, to their residence. So we get there, we'd look around at night, we couldn't find anything. You could see some, disturbed brush and, grass and, soil and shit like that. But we couldn't actually put our hands on where they were burying these weapons. So we put up cameras on the roof. We set a sniper element out, and they were positioned underneath a 18-wheeler trailer. We were all inside the compound of this pump house, which had about 8-foot walls on all sides. So once you're in, no one could see anything. So we sat there all night, pre-positioned, and we just basically waited for, whoever to show up. And it was in the morning, and me and my platoon sergeant were sitting in the bathroom, which it's not like an American bathroom. There's not like a toilet seat or anything. It's just a hole in the ground that, you use the bathroom into. So we're sitting in this bathroom, and we're just, kind of shooting the shit back and forth. Weapons are leaned up against the wall. Like, we had cameras and we had snipers, so, they'd let us know if something was coming. And at about 7 o'clock, 7:30 maybe in the morning, we're sitting there facing each other on opposite ends of this tiny little horrible smelling bathroom. And in the doorway entrance comes this guy. And somehow he had managed to like walk through all of the video and the snipers and just walk right into the pump house where all of us were. There were about 15 of us in there. And he just walks in. I am sitting there facing the door this way, and all of a sudden I see a shadow in the door. Well, I expected it to be like, one of our guys asking a question or something. And it wasn't. It was a Iraqi standing there and just looking down at me and the platoon sergeant. And I just instinctively just jumped up and grabbed him by, kind of the back of his shirt and like pushed him to the ground. And my platoon sergeant's like, where the fuck did he come from? And I'm, as I'm balling him up, I'm like, I have no idea. And so we balled him up, got him in flex cuffs, brought him to another building or another room, if you will, inside the pump house. And we start, interrogating him. And as we're interrogating him, we get a call from the snipers, and they're like, hey, a car just showed up. A couple of guys just got out of it, and they're digging in the area where we were looking for, the weapons the night before. And it was like, all right, hold your fire. We left the pump house, operator, if you will, with our terp and one guard, and me and 3 other guys got to the edge of the gate. And the snipers they called out and they were like, all right, they're pulling up AKs. Okay, we got RPGs. And platoon sergeant gave the order, like, all right, go ahead and hit them. They had subsonic ammo with suppressors and a very good hideout. And so they had great line of sight and minimal noise. And I guess 3 guys were, kind of standing shoulder to shoulder. And they hit the 2 guys on the outside, dead center mass. And the 3rd guy who was in the middle, he took off running. The other 2 guys took off running, and they didn't know that, they were dead yet. They ran for, 20, 30 meters and then collapsed and, died in place. 3rd guy ran. We came out of the gate once the snipers had, initiated contact. And we went left, and 2 other guys went right. And, we took down that 3rd enemy combatant. We pulled their bodies, kind of out of, sight, and fell back into the pump house. And we actually, we reburied the weapons and kind of made it look like no one had been there, because we knew that there were multiple groups of people coming to dig these weapons up. So it wasn't just one car with 3 guys. There were multiple cars with multiple, personnel that were coming and using this, site as a way they could kind of bounce off and conduct their attacks during the day. So we moved the car and we reburied the weapons, and we fell back into the pump house and waited for the 2nd or 3rd or however many, sets of people that were going to come and dig that up. And so we fell back in and started re-interrogating the pump house operator. And we weren't a couple of minutes into that, and we had a separate element that was pushed up, and there was this town. It was like a market that was there. It was a bad place. Lots of violence up in that place. And one of our elements had pushed up in the night to a building that was very close to the market. We were maybe 200 meters away from the market. And what happened is the cars started heading down a dirt road towards where our compound was. The other element thought he was a VBID, what we called a vehicle-borne IED. And they thought he was coming towards our compound, so they engaged and ended up wounding, but not killing the driver, but the car stopped. They then came out to clear the car and the driver, and once they did that, it was morning already, so the market was open and people were everywhere. Right as they got back to their house, that element that was in the house by the market was burnt. People knew that there were occupants inside there. They did not know we were there on the other side. And about 10 minutes later, all hell broke loose, and all the people in the market, had gathered their weapons and things like that, and gotten their shit together, and then started firing upon the house that was close to the market. They didn't know we were where we were, so there was like a little platform of concrete where you could just almost stand on your tippy toes and see over the wall and accurately engage, the enemy combatants. We had a couple of ladders, but we put the machine gunners on those ladders. Obviously, you know, the most casualty producing weapon that we had. And so we all got on, when they started engaging the other house, we all got up and we were ready, and the enemy was facing this way, so their cover was between the house and their position, but we were on their flank and they had no idea that we were there. So once we all got up on that concrete platform, it was a turkey shoot. We just killed a shitload of people. We had done what we came there to do, and we had eliminated some obvious threats that, were, trying to mess around. And then the mortars started coming in all day long. They just were lobbing mortar rounds at our little, pump house compound, if you will. Some were going right over the tops of our heads and exploding in the river right behind us. And I actually asked one of the mortar guys we had with us, I was like, if a mortar round lands, inside these, concrete walls, like, what's the damage gonna be? And he was like, oh, we'll all be dead. All right, well, thanks for the simple answer, I guess. And that lasted pretty much all day long. It was dusk, and I knew this was my last mission. That had been decided. I was leaving the next cycle of darkness. And so I was like, you know what? I've pulled so much security in my time here. I was like, fuck it. I'll pull one more security, one more watch for an hour. And so I got up on the roof. We used a ladder, and me and another team leader at the time got up on the roof, and we were just kind of sitting there, and we don't have our helmets on. We just have our weapon and kit. Sitting with our backs to like a air conditioning type looking conduit. And we were leaning up against that, and to say we were pulling security is kind of a joke. We were just basically sitting up there just as a presence. And the hour came up, and I looked over at him, and I was like, man, that's the last guard shift I'm ever pulling. And he was like, fuck yeah. And we both stood up, and we were shoulder to shoulder. My right side, his left shoulder side. And like I said, it was dusk, so we were silhouetted as soon as we stood up. And there was a single shot, and it went right between our heads. The only reason we knew it went between our heads is that my right ear was ringing and his left ear was ringing. So shoulder to shoulder, it went right between the two of our heads. It was a sniper shot. Obviously he missed us. We both dropped down to the deck on the roof, and I remember distinctively saying, I am so tired of being fucking shot at. And our first sergeant was down in the courtyard, and he was like, God damn it, that's why we wear helmets. It wouldn't have made a difference if we were wearing a helmet or not. He was like a parent scared for his kids or something. That was the only shot that was taken. Never identified the location or the shooter. We climbed down back into the courtyard, and we got ready to prep for exfil because it was almost nighttime. And we were waiting on the boats to come back and pick us up. Got back to the base. It was kind of my last morning, and I went out with a couple of buddies of mine, and we took some pictures up on the roof of of the fob where we were at. And it was like my last hurrah, my last day. And so we got some pictures of that, and I got down and got ready to go home and leave my guys. And I was heartbroken about leaving my guys. We've been through so much together, and they were just a great group of dudes. And so I was really, torn about, leaving country for the last time and leaving my guys in the control and in the hands of someone else. So it was emotional for me, leaving. But it was what had to happen. So we got on the Chinook, and they flew us to Balad Air Base in Iraq. And we got all our bags and everything off the helicopter, and we put it on the C-17, and there were the three of us that were going home. We got on there, and we flew back to Germany and then back to the States. So flash forward, after turning in all my gear and, prepping to get out of the Army, all of a sudden I'm by myself. I'm in my truck with my trailer, with all the shit that I own in it, and I'm leaving from Seattle, Washington, and I'm driving to Greensboro, North Carolina. I made it in 3.5 days, but it was a hell of a 3.5 days coming through some mountains and stuff like that in the Pac Northwest. A lot of white-knuckled steering wheel moments. And I finally got back to Greensboro, where my girlfriend was, working and living at the time, and we lived in a townhouse. And I'll never forget, she was sitting on the front steps, and she was, when I pulled in, she was just elated. Like, you could see it all over her face, like, finally, we can be together without all this, this nonsense of war. And I was so jazzed up and like amped out of my mind that the first thing I said to her was, "Get off your ass and help me unload this fucking trailer." It was like the worst thing I could have said. Like, she was so happy, and I just like trampled over her, and I was a fucking asshole. I didn't know any other way to be at that point. I felt so bad. I still, to this day, I still feel bad about that. She had given so much and had been with me for so many things. And that was my fucking response to her happiness, was, "Get off your fucking ass." I regret that to this day. And we got the U-Haul unpacked, dropped it off, and tried to have a good night, went to bed, woke up that morning and did the dishes, did the laundry, cleaned the house, vacuumed, did all that. It was like 8:30. She left for work about 7. And I was done with, all my chores, and I was just standing there with no mission, no resume, no job opportunities. I was almost got my head blown off fucking 2 weeks ago, and now I'm standing in the kitchen in a pair of Ranger panties, doing the dishes at 8:30 in the morning with no direction. And I just started drinking. I drank for a long time. To try to ease some of these memories, and it never did any good. It just suppressed it a little bit. But, I'm not proud of that part of my life either. One of the things that doesn't get, enough attention is having to be in a situation where you have to take life. I don't even like spanking my dog or anything. I mean, like, not to mention like taking another human being's life. And the thing that the Army doesn't do a great job of, I don't think any branch does, is they teach you how to kill efficiently, effectively. But they don't teach you how to deal with what that does to a human on the inside. Right? We're not dealing with a bunch of sociopaths who just have no feeling. You're talking to kids. We were kids just trying to do a good job. And the weight that carries, it will be with you for all of your days. People had this, and myself included, had this, vision of John Wayne war movies and things like that. That's not how it plays out. I've helped multiple people, that had questions about the military, and, I only tell them the truth about what happened. I don't try to coax them or make their decisions for them one way or another. I just give them the information so that they can make an informed decision. I guess in a way that's me trying to keep them from, experiencing what I had to experience, even though their intentions are the same as mine. It's just when you come back from, events like that, it's hard to say, oh yeah, fuck yeah, go do this. You're gonna have a blast. Oh, you get to ride in Blackhawks. You'll get to sit on the skids of Little Birds and, rope out of fucking helicopters and jump out of planes. It sounds fucking amazing. It sounded amazing to me. But then when you're really doing it, and your life is on the line, and your friends' lives are on the line, it's totally different. And I think that's probably the biggest misconception that people have when they think about how cool it would be to go over there and get in a gunfight with people. Because everybody tells you all the time, oh, if I was there, I would have done this. Yeah, you may have cried like a little bitch too. You just don't know until you're in the moment. I was able to hold up, through the moments for the most part. It's been later on in life where it's been harder to deal with because as you get older, obviously you get more mature, and you look back on what transpired, and it's sometimes I don't feel like I actually lived that life. It's like I was watching it through someone else's eyes. It's hard to remember sometimes. Yeah, you did all that, and and it comes with pain and it comes with suffering. Every day is hard. A, you don't have the adrenaline factor working for you anymore. B, you miss your boys. And most of all, you miss the war. And it's the most convoluted, fucked up way of thinking. You would think something so painful and so memorable, you would it's just hard. It was not what I thought it was going to be. I would not trade 1 second of my time that I put in, but if I had a crystal ball and I could see the future and how hard it is, I never would have done that. I feel it's my obligation to talk to people who are younger than me that may have aspirations of this and at least give them the truth. And that's all I can do. I can't, tell someone to go do here, go do this, you'll have a blast, you'll do this, I'd be lying. It's hard. It's fucking the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. But I am proud of it, most of it. I have my moments. But it was one fucking hell of an experience.
I do not remember my brother. I wish I did. He was already a man at the time when he took that journey on to try to start a new life. He wanted to kind of get a foothold here in America so that when we got over to the United States, that we would at least have a place to stay, and he would have like a steady job and be able to, you know, kind of ease the family into this transition, into this new place. The desperation of an individual that was willing to leave a country that they know for 25 years to cross an unknown amount of ocean and space to a place that you're not even guaranteed if you're going to make it over there. There's stories of pirates intersecting boats, pulling them into Cambodia, pulling them into Thailand, raping, pillaging people on that boat. The Vietnamese people were willing to take that risk, to risk it all for a better life for their family, for themselves. In that refugee boat, they had about 80 to 85 people packed onto this raggedy boat. Everybody died except 2 people. A young girl and a 80-year-old something lady survived. My brother died of starvation. They had to toss his body, like everybody else's body, overboard so that, you know, disease won't spread on that small boat. I don't know where in the ocean, what part he got tossed or how far he went before he died, but I can tell you, I can't imagine this, the thought knowing that, you know, I died in the sea, you know, or like knowing that those people, seeing people die in that boat, how much of a how much depression, how much anger, how much sadness was on that boat, how hopeless those people were. I can't imagine. Sometime, I don't know when, in the time frame of us landing here in Chicago, did she find out the story that what happened to my brother. But she found out, but she didn't tell me for the longest time. It took years. And she definitely withheld that story for obvious reasons for a long time. And I think she wasn't ready to tell me until I became a man. My mom lived a life of struggle. Our family was extremely poor in Vietnam. She had a hard life growing up, extremely hard life growing up. It got to a point where my family needed money so bad that she had to sell her virginity to a man to bring money for the family so that we can live and survive. And that tells you something, man. It's just like, I couldn't imagine the life my mom grew up with. You know, she doesn't talk much about it, but I can tell you that she had a very hard life. At the time that we were getting ready to leave, the North already overtaken the South and occupied it. There was a lot of struggles going on. Families from the South were fleeing the country to seek a better life because of the situation that was going on with the Communist Party taking over Vietnam. My mom had an opportunity to flee the country with not our entire family, but my sisters and myself at the time, and she took that chance. She literally had around $10 US dollars, so she took that money, and that's all we had to our name. We didn't land immediately in Chicago or the United States. We spent the year living in the Philippines at FOB Freedom. I wish I can tell you I remember much about that experience. All I can tell you is I can only picture and remember bits and pieces of the situation there. And it was tough living. You know, we didn't know anybody. She had to rely on the other refugees who were fleeing and built almost like a little community. When I sit back and I talk to my mom, she explained to me the hardship, you know, the unknown of living there daily, trying to find food, trying to survive so that we can come over to America. I can tell you it was a time frame of struggle to the point that my sisters and my mom wouldn't want to share a single story with me. Every time I try to ask them, they would change the subject or talk about something else. So I try not to dig. You can tell a lot in a person's eyes when you ask them certain things, you know, and I can tell when I asked my sisters later down when I became a man about their experience in that camp. I can tell you by just looking in their eyes and my mom's eyes, it wasn't something that was pleasant or something that they wanted to share. When we came to Chicago, she was 35 years old. I know my mom and my sisters knew immediately when we were placed where we were. You know, they were at that time when they can process information and experience and see the environment that they were in. And through that, they sheltered me, or if we were going to go outside when I was younger, they would bring me everywhere, right? So I was never alone for the first 5 to 8 years of landing there. I was an innocent child. And like any children, when they are young, they're innocent, right? And I guess that's what they were trying to do, was to keep my innocence. When I turned like 6, 7, was when I started, to really understand things and experience things. And I always wondered why, we always slept on the floor on a mattress, and then I always wondered why, we didn't have certain things, or when we went to the grocery store and, I asked for certain things like snacks, and my mom and my sister were like, oh yeah, I'll get it for you later, I always wondered but then I realized later on why, my mom and my sister couldn't come to terms, or couldn't come to tell me, hey, we're poor. It was just us, my 2 sisters, they were teenagers at the time, young teens, and she had no one, and she had to rely on her wits, and she couldn't show fear to us, that she was afraid, so she had to do what she needed to do and be the strong woman, be that rock that was required, and she did it. I think when I started to experience oh shit, this is a rough spot, was I at like 8, 9, when I could finally go out there and play with the my neighborhood friends, and we're outside, and we just when you're out there and you at a young age really started to kind of start seeing people act a certain way, violence being presented in front of your face, well, not particularly at me, but at certain individuals on the streets. When you grow up in an environment that hated the police, and a lot of your friends at that time hated the police because maybe their parents brought them up not trusting the police. I grew up with the notion that the cops were bad and don't trust the police, and they're corrupted, they're not good, because you hear that from your friends in grade school. You see it on the streets from all these gangbangers that I grew up knowing, because they knew me, because that's the only environment that I knew. So I, in a sense, kind of trusted them, oh yeah, don't trust the police. At the time they call them 5-0, don't trust the 5-0. I remember, we're playing b-ball, dribbling in a corner, and this cop car pulled up. He was by himself. It was a marked police car. He stopped. I was thinking in my head, oh shit, this dude's about to fuck with us, or whatever. Because that was my first experience personally with the police. And he stepped out the car, and we were intimidated. We're kids, we were brought up to fear them. And he was like, hey, I'm Officer. He said his name, and I wish I remember his name. He's like, hey, this is the beat I patrol. It's dangerous out here. And he was talking with us. He was just shooting the shit. And he's like, if you guys ever need anything, you let me know. And he handed me his business card. He's like, call me anytime. I stopped and talked to these kids because I remember what that guy did for me. So I did the same thing back. Stop talking to these kids, man. Build a rapport with these kids. Work that hood. Knew them by their first name. Joke around with them. They're kids too in the end of the day. It's just trying to build that rapport and just tell them, hey man, this life that you're, this environment that you're living in doesn't have to be the end all be all. There's more of this if you want more. If you want to go out there and do better and strive and get a degree or chase your passion, it's out there for you, man. Don't think that this is it, because this is not just it. And I tell them my story too, like, hey man, this is where I grew up, bro. I was with you like this, and so just being able to relate to some of these kids and got to get to know them and see some changes in them, that was worth it.
there's no other job out there, career field, that you can be able to touch somebody's life like you can being a police officer. We chose to do this job because we wanted to make a difference, but we don't have an outlet a lot of times to talk to people. We don't have an outlet to go out there and reach out, and cops turn to alcohol, cops turn to medication, and over time that doesn't work, and what do? They take their lives. I've been an officer here for 12 years, 2 with Park Ridge and 10 with Chicago PD. And obviously 2 over there in LA, but that's 14 years total. Yeah, the politicians don't back us, the mayor doesn't back us, the DA doesn't back us, the bosses don't back us. You know, a lot of them, they get in that position because they're like, they get merit. Merit promotion is like, it's one of those promotions, like, it's not what you know, it's who you know. The way things are going and the way this department is and the policies and everything, that we can't do it. We can't do our jobs. This place has sucked the soul of me, of wanting to be a police officer, right out of me. It took the passion right out of me, you know, and I that's the one thing I always wanted to do, was to be a police officer, to serve my community, to protect those who can't protect themselves. I enjoyed this. I enjoy running and gunning and going after criminals. You know, that was my passion. I grew up from the fucking hood. That's what made me want to be on this side of the law, because I saw that lifestyle. I lived that. I experienced that life firsthand. And I don't want kids that don't have a choice in life because they came here with no money, they came here with no connections and whatnot, that they were forced to live in that environment. And there's plenty of people who are in that type of environment that lives like that, you know, and they live there because they had no choice. Good, honest people. One thing that we do have a choice and we do have in our control is our attitude. It's how much effort you want to put, right? The attitude and effort will always be in our court. So no matter where you're born, in what lifestyle or what environment, if you have the right attitude and you have the right effort, you will go far in life.
I was like any other teen, trying to fit in. Hung out with the wrong crowd, trying to be cool, you know, smoking cigarettes, trying to drink some alcohol, hanging out late, you know, defying my mom, my sisters, you know, wanted to impress my friends, talk back to my teacher, cut school, get bad grades. I did all that. You know, looking back, am I proud of those moments? Absolutely, I was not. I was steered the wrong way for a while. You know, being a teenager, I remember like 13, 14, 15, 16, around that age. I mean, it became a norm to me, living in that type of environment. You know, walking on the street, seeing a bunch of gangbangers hanging out. We lived on Sunnyside, and that place in Uptown was one of the biggest gang-infested areas at that time. I mean, we were in the block of vice lords, four corner hustlers, and on the other side of Sunnyside, the south side of that was Latin Kings, and they would go to war, fight each other constantly, and there was Gangster's Disciple about like 2 blocks away, so it was a constant gangs pulling up in cars, getting out, getting into fist fights, getting shot, seeing people shot in the street. It became the norm to me, you know? I thought that was normal. Seeing somebody shot, laying on the streets, you know, police tape around, seeing crackheads and, you know, people who use drugs on a daily, that was normal to me. It didn't really start to hit me until I would say when I reached 17 years old. When I really sat back and I looked at my life and the people I was hanging out with, I was like, my God, like, if you continue down this path, it's not going to end well.
I was big into Bruce Lee. I loved Bruce Lee, and I was like, damn, I'm gonna take some martial arts. So I started taking Hapkido and start training in that. And then my mom's friend, who lives in Florida, her son was a lieutenant in the Army, and he just graduated from Ranger School. So at the time we had VHS, right? So she's like talking to my mom over the phone. They were best friends, you know, it's typical women gossiping. She's like, oh yeah, my son just graduated this tough course called Ranger School. And so she sent that VHS over to my mom, and my mom gave it to me. She was like, hey, you should watch this.
I'm like, oh yeah? I was like, yeah, sure, why not? I mean, I got nothing better to do. So she handed me the VHS, and I popped it in, and it was Ranger School. It's talking about commandos and going to Ranger School, and I was like, what the hell is this? It really sparked my interest. I was like, so the documentary showcased these soldiers from all walks of the Army, from officers to enlisted, going through this leadership course. But at the time, I didn't know it was a leadership course. They sold it as a school for commandos, you know. And they showed the ratio of people failing and how much these soldiers had to endure to earn that Ranger tab. That was something at the time, something I wanted. I was like, oh my God, this looks like it was extremely tough. This might be something I want to do. So, you know, after finishing that documentary, that weekend I went to Barnes and Nobles, because the internet wasn't prevalent at the time. At the time, I think the closest was we had AOL dial-up, you know. And so I went to Barnes and Nobles and started doing some research on the Rangers.
Bought pretty much all the fucking books on Army Rangers, all the way from the beginning. You know, the Martyr Rangers, Robert, you know, all that. Learn about the history of what the Ranger Regiment was, and how, you know, Point du Hoc, you know, World War II, how they stormed the beach of, you know, Omaha Beach, you know, the whole ordeal. I was like,
this is something I want to be a part of, and that planted a seed in my head.
Then, you know, 9/11 kicked off, and I was going to Hapkido that day. It was in the mornings, and over the radio I heard, and Howard Stern, for some reason I was listening to Howard Stern.
I guess he didn't know that it was serious at the moment. He's like, oh, a plane hit the one of the towers. I think they hit the antenna. You know, he was kind of joking about it. I didn't think much of it because, you know, I was pulling up to class and it was early in the morning. When I finished class, my sister's shop she had was a couple of blocks away, so I stopped by to see how she was doing. And I walked into the shop, and I remember the TV was on, and everybody was just looking at the TV. And it showed one of the towers on fire. And I was like, what the heck is going on? And then I saw another airplane hit the second tower. I was like, holy shit. And it was just a very somber, like, you know, the news reporters, the way they were reporting is like, it was a terrorist attack. And, you know, I was just in awe of what happened. Seeing those buildings on fire, seeing people jump off them from the top of the level because they would rather leap to their death than be burned to death. And seeing those towers collapse really affected me, you know. It made me sad, but at the same time, it made me angry that somebody would do this to America, you know. And at that time, I was already interested in having the thought of joining the military. But when I saw those towers on fire, when I saw that plane being hit, when they zoomed in on that person falling from One of the towers really nailed down inside me that is something that I wanted to do, was fight for my country. I went to see a recruiter behind my mother's back, and I was like, I want to join. I want to become a Ranger. And at that time, they had a Ranger contract available. And I was like, this is what I want to do. And so they started the process of me becoming a Ranger. It took about a year because I was in delayed entry program at the time because I still had to finish school. I almost failed school. I almost failed high school. I ditched a lot. I thought it was cool not going to school. And when I decided to change my life, it took me a little longer to graduate than my friends did because of all the days that I missed. So by the time that I was able to join, I would say I was about 20 years old.
This is what it's like on the receiving end. Last night, a square mile in central Baghdad seemed like hell on earth. An inferno. ITV News cameras recorded the barrage from hotel balconies, and it was a truly chilling sight. This is going to be a big bang. This is on a completely different scale from everything else that has gone before. This isn't just an attack on bricks and mortar. It is an assault on the human senses, and as you can see, much of the Baghdad skyline, well, it's now flames and billowing smoke. Cruise missiles and bombs brought tons of high explosive to the heart of Baghdad's administrative district. This was about demolishing Saddam Hussein's symbols of power. They also hit at least one of his presidential palaces. During a short lull, ambulance crews took to the streets to tend to civilian casualties. The let-up did not last long, however. More cruise missiles, 300 of these frightening weapons were aimed at Baghdad during the night. The last arrived here as an air raid siren was going off just before dawn. John Irvine, ITV News, Baghdad.
I got placed in Alpha Company, 1st Platoon, Bad Mothers. A lot of those guys had already 5 tours underneath their belt. And I remember landing in country. We were preparing, months ahead for it, but nothing could prepare the experience of it when that C-17 opened up, and you could smell that you were no longer in America, We were in the Triangle of Death at the time. It was Fallujah, Mosul, Baghdad. We were placed in Mosul. And I remember sitting there on the airfield just awaiting orders, and I can see the 375 guys leaving. And we were taking their place. And I was like, oh man, this is it, man. This is all that training that we went through. Now we get to put all that training into actual real life. Explosive breach, land on the X, speed, surprise, violence of action. And we were tasked with kill or capture these bad guys that were making bombs or causing havoc in that part of town. And our squad leaders and our team leaders and all those higher up guys were out there getting briefed immediately to get on target, to do hits. Because you gotta understand, it was like early 2000s, 2004, 2005. This was the peak of the motherfucking war. If there was a time to get after it, that was the time to get after it. And that was the type of tempo we were on. Multiple missions a day, doing missions with CAG. CAG would have us pull security for them or do a simultaneous hit in a certain block. And it was very fast paced, and it was something definitely new to me. You know, I saw it in the movies, I saw it in documentaries, of like, what it's like to go to war, but nothing beats real life, man. And I can tell you, that experience was something that I am forever grateful for. There were many missions that we were on that were like, oh shit, man, fuck. And I remember one mission we hit, we landed on the X, got there, did explosive breach on the gate. We entered, we cleared the main floor, and as we were approaching the staircase, and the staircase I remember vividly was a spiral staircase leading up to the second level. As we were going up the stairwell, we saw a hand reach out and drop a grenade. And that grenade landed on one of our guys' foot, and thank God it did not go off. It was a dud grenade. He kicked it and it didn't go off. And I promise you, if it went off, a lot of us would have been killed that very fucking moment. And we went up there, and there was two of them, and we dealt with them. We did what we had to do and deal with those individuals. I was a rifleman, one of the assaulting elements, so we got to do a lot of kicking in doors and entry and doing what a ranger does. At that time, there wasn't a lot of MOSs that they have now. I think the regiment right now, there's about 70 MOSs that you can do, but back then there wasn't that many. You were either 11 Bang Bang, 11 Charlie, or very few other admin spots. But, I was an 11 Bravo, man. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to fight. I wanted to bring the fight to the enemy, and we did. There were times when we had not only one, maybe multiple missions a night. I mean, planning hits after hit after hit. And at the time, we were still landing on the X. There wasn't no sneaky ninja shit where we would land 2 miles away from the objective and infil in. It was like, we were learning as we go. I was a kid at that time. I still, though I was 21 years old, I still consider myself a kid. Yeah, I saw violence all my life, but to be being put in that position, fighting it in a foreign country was just something different, man. Was I scared? Absolutely, I was scared. But I used that fear to my advantage. A lot of people say, oh, no fear. That's bullshit. Fear is something that you need. Fear is what's going to keep you alive, and that's what kept a lot of us alive. There were countless missions that were definitely hairy. There were, after Black Hawk Down, we try to steer away from doing daytime hits, but there were certain missions that we had to do daytime hits. And there were a couple where they were like, hey, we have to go out there and get this guy, or else he's gonna squirt out of here and we're gonna lose him, and he's a high value target. And I remember being on a couple of those, and those were the most hairiest ones. Not the ones that were at night, but the ones that were during the day. And one of the day missions that we were on, it was hot as balls that day, I remember, because one of my teammates fell out. He became a heat casualty, but we got there, we got into a gun battle. One of the 160th pilot got hit. So one of the terrorists took multiple shots at the little bird. One of the rounds ricocheted inside the cockpit and hit one of the 160th guys. We remember that, and they had to pull away. We killed that dude. Then we had to capture that one of the high value targets that we were going after on that daytime hit, and we did. And when we were extracting them out, because I remember that hit vividly because it was just one shit storm after another, and we were heading down a very narrow street. And I remember going down there, and we had Humvees at the time. We didn't even have Strikers. We have soft-shelled Humvees. And we were in that vehicle driving down ducks in a row, going down this narrow street. And I was the second vehicle in the element from pulling out of that mission. And I saw this maroon 94 Camry reversing at such a high rate of speed. I was like, oh, what the fuck? That vehicle hit the first Humvee, and we saw a cloud of smoke coming from the trunk. We didn't realize it until we did our AAR later on that they had explosives in that trunk that did not go off. I guess what they were trying to do was set up an ambush, right? So that vehicle reversed at a high rate of speed, hit the first Humvee, tried to initiate that explosion. The explosion didn't work. There were multiple people in that car. They stuck their AK out and started shooting at us. And at that time, that initial Humvee hit our Humvee, and we kind of reversed into almost a V fighting force. And I remember raining down gunfire on that freaking vehicle, man. I've never seen body parts being blown up until that very moment on a hot ass day in Mosul, when those 50 cal rounds and from our gunfire being laid down on that vehicle. As time progressed, as we continue to just stay there and go through missions and see certain things and do certain things, you kind of grow. When you start seeing violence a lot, you kind of grow numb to it, in a sense. You know, that's what happened through that deployment. In the beginning, it was like, oh my gosh, you know, this is something new to me. Then when you experience it over and over and over again, then it just becomes business as usual. If you picture high standards in the Ranger Regiment, Baraza and Brem, and a lot of those men who were in that leadership role and Baraza was definitely one of the shining stars in our platoon. I joined as a private. Baraza was a man of intimidation, let's put it that way. He was fair, but he didn't fuck around. He held the standard high. He was a PT stud. He was a tactician. You better come with greatness. You better meet the standard, or else you are going to get your ass fucking smoked. We always joke like, man, Baraza is if we were gonna go to war and we were gonna go to the shit, Sergeant Baraza was the man to lead the charge. We know we were gonna get shit done. It hits home more when someone close to you in that tight-knit platoon loses their lives. And these guys were bigger than life, man. Barraza, 6 foot something, 200 something pound, yoked, the epitome of a fucking ranger, man. That scary motherfucker, 24 years old, bro. Multiple deployments. I mean, if you can picture a fucking Army Ranger, that was Barraza. The deployment where Brem and Barraza got killed, that was the first real blow to us. You know, we always heard of other guys losing people, you know, and of course when you lose somebody in the service, I don't give a shit what branch, it affects you, you know? You're like, fuck, you know, another person died, that's somebody's husband, brother, sister, and whatnot, you know? And to lose somebody like that, and Sergeant Brem too, was a big blow to our platoon. We had to live by that standard. And Barraza brought it. Barraza fucking brought it. And I thank him for it. He changed my life. He was, I would for sure 100% is one of the men that really affected me personally, mentally, mold me into the man I became today. I had him to thank for it. Coming back stateside, going to their funeral, going to their wake, and having to stand in front of their picture and salute them, and knowing they're not there anymore, it changes you. There's many guys who've done way more than me in the regiment and continued on and continued doing amazing things. It was a super fast tempo, man. We went to war, we came back, we went on a little block leave, we trained back up to go back to war. And it was constantly like that over and over and over for years. For years, you know. There's guys who stayed in for a long time. And I wasn't one of them. To me, like, war affect everybody differently. It affected me differently. I just knew that fork in the road was time for me to leave that life and pursue my other dream, was to become a police officer. When I left the Army, I wish I could tell you that it was an easy transition. It was not. I didn't have anybody to talk to. My mom didn't know. My mom wouldn't understand. My sisters wouldn't understand. My little brother wouldn't understand. You know, I tried to go to college, to try to do the college route for the first year. And, you know, college wasn't for me, man. You know, being in that classroom with a bunch of young kids who don't even know what you went through, it was tough. I spent that first year fighting inner demons in my room. I didn't go out. I went to school, I came back home. I hung out, I drank by myself, dealing with my own fucking inner demons for a year. It was the roughest year of my fucking life. You know, when you're in a unit that is always at this tempo, you know, at this standard, then you leave it to go back to the civilian world, where now you don't have structure anymore. You're trying to find your way, and you got to deal with loss, and you got to deal with the things that you have done and seen. It affects you. That incident was definitely one of the reasons why I would say I didn't re-enlist. I was going through a lot of trauma. My friends stateside, they don't understand. I had no one to reach out to. You know, and what really got me out of there is, you know, I found God. God really brought me out of that dark time in my life. That year, man, I stopped working out. I grew my hair out. I was a fucking hippie. I drank, became skinny. It was just, I was lost, man. And when I was able to pull myself out, I cleaned myself up, got back to PTing, got back to being the individual that I could be. I started to apply for the police departments, and I got hired. And thanks to him and reflecting on like the loss of Barraza and Brem is like, they wouldn't want me to live my life this way. You know, what they taught me, the ultimate sacrifice they gave, they wouldn't want me to live this life of depression, of drinking, of just dealing with all these inner demons. So I owe it to them to do something with my life, and that's when I decided, it's like, you know what, I'm going to become a police officer. I'm gonna take everything that I learned in the military and apply it into the police force. To get me out of that slump, you know, I started doing jiu-jitsu, and I remember one day I was rolling with a detective, and he worked for a suburban department, and I was like, hey man, I'm so interested in becoming a cop. You know, what can I do? I don't even know where to start. So he printed out a couple of police departments that were hiring in Illinois. So I applied for like a couple of these police departments here in Illinois, suburban departments, and one of them picked me up. It was Park Ridge. There was like about, at the time, you know, there wasn't that many police departments that were hiring, and we had I remember showing up to take the test, you know, the PT test and the written test. It was all the same day. There was about like 200 something applicants, and they were literally looking for 3 people. But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give it my all, and I crushed it. And they hired me for, you know, my little time there, and that department was a rich department, you know, meaning that the town that I was in was a rich town. So there wasn't a lot of crime, there wasn't a lot going on, and I was a young rookie officer. So I was like, man, I can't start my career this way. Like, there's no way I wanted to run and gun, I wanted to be the police. So, you know, I was like, I'm gonna apply to work for other departments. 2 places that I applied simultaneously was Chicago and LAPD. And LAPD picked me up almost immediately. From the time I applied to the time I went to their police academy was 6 months. I was an LAPD beat cop. We always start off as a patrol officer. Worked for Olympic Division. Got to do police work. It was a lot of fun. We did a lot of running and gunning. I got to really experience what it was like to be the police. You know, you better come squared away. Every single thing that you're gonna that should be done, you're gonna be doing. Kicking in the door, making sure the shotguns load correctly. Hey, boot, do this. Hey, boot, do that. They had standards there. And you better come with the uniform pressed. You better come with your badge shined. It was a different atmosphere, a different way of policing. And I had to learn real quick that there was a big difference from Illinois way of policing and the LAPD way. What can I say about LAPD, man? It's if you wanted to be the police, that was the place to be the police. Locking down a block to catch a armed suspect with officers, arresting them, tasing people. I mean, I got to experience all of that in the short amount of time I was there in LA. I remember chasing an individual down the alley. I was actually working the desk that time. And the airship, which is the helicopter unit, said, hey, there's a couple of guys with this contraption trying to steal packages from the mailbox. And they're giving out the position, and I was working with one of the officers on the desk. He's like, "Hey, that's literally half a block from there." So we went out there, and we're like, "Hey, police stop!" And the chase ensued, man. Chasing these guys down the alley. I was thinking in my head, I was like, "Oh my God, this is what being the police is about." I'm like chasing these people, like this suspect down the alley, jumping over the fence. Grabbing them, pulling them out, placing them under arrest. I mean, I got to experience all that as a cop out there. And trust me, man, the volume of calls you get in LA are astronomical, man. Literally, when you switch on that siren and the light goes off, now you're like trying to go over the air, give dispatch the plate number, the direction of travel, at the same time try to stop this vehicle. It's your adrenaline. You go from 0 to 60 like that. In police work, it's like that. Multitasking is definitely one of those things that you have to master. And being a police officer, that's one of those skill sets that you needed, and that's what we had.
Back in the days when, the golden era, the day of World War I, World War II, where teenagers were lying about their age to go to war, because that's what they believed in. They believe in America. They believe in fighting evil. But nowadays, even the army is having a hard time recruiting people because no one wants to do this job. No one does. No one wants to be a soldier. No one wants to be a police officer because it's hard. It's that saying, good times create weak people. And we're at the point right now that we have a lot of weak people because we lived so good for so long as Americans. Look at the creature comforts that we have. We have everything instantaneously on our phone, on our smartphone. You want to order pizza, smartphone. You want to order Uber, smartphone. You want to order alcohol, smartphone. So everything is so easy now, and people forget what it took for this country to be where it is.
It's just funny how things work out, man, because at the time, Chicago, there was a shit ton of applicants. It didn't matter how well you did on the written test, you were put in a lottery system. And they don't call you for about 2 years. So you're into this they give you this random number. And in about approximately 2 years, they'll give you a call, hey, and that was like the ongoing draw of Chicago, was every 2 years. And it worked out that when I left LAPD, Chicago called. They're like, hey, you want to come on and be a cop? I was like, hell fucking yeah. So I left LAPD, I came back to Chicago, went through my third police academy, and got onto Chicago Police Department. Leaving LAPD, my standards of what a police academy was high, because LAPD Academy is no joke, man. Their standards was high. If you don't pass, you get dropped. When I started my recruit class for LAPD, I think we had close to almost 100 recruit. We graduated if I remember correctly, about 40 to 50 officers. Here in Chicago, everybody passed. There was no high standards. You know, they treated you like a number. It was really relaxed. And I was like, oh my God, if they're training their officers this way, these officers are in for a rude awakening when they hit the streets. If I'm a civilian and I live in the city of Chicago and I'm paying taxes, I'm expecting police officers to come out of the academy, obviously not like with a ton of experience, but at least with the cornerstone, with the building blocks of being a good police officer. And I can tell you Chicago has done a horrible job of doing that. It's not your typical 9-to-5 job. We don't just show up, clock in, do our monotonous work, get yelled at by our boss, and then know that, you know, we're gonna go home at the end of the night. This job, like it was in the military, like as being a firefighter, is one of those jobs that you sign a blank check, that you don't know if you're gonna come home at the end of the day. For the city of Chicago to implement that type of training regime for the academy is unacceptable. You're planting the wrong seed right from the get-go onto these officers. And we can tell the difference when I was out there on the field, working the field, even as a rookie, how some of these officers react or acted, you know. They weren't, a lot of them weren't prepared for what was really out there because they weren't trained to that standard. People think that we're robots. People think we don't have emotions. People think that the traumas that we see day in and day out as a police officer doesn't affect it. It affects every single officer in one way or another, right? And a lot of officers don't have other people to talk to. So they turn to alcohol. They turn to different outlets. And unfortunate that there are officers, and same thing in the military, that take their lives on a day-to-day basis because there's just so much trauma a person can deal with. Sitting there, you got to dissect the call. You got to show up on scene. You're going there, lights and sirens. Your adrenaline's already up. You got to deal with the suspect's actions, the way he or she is presenting themselves towards you. I've been in many situations where I had to draw down on people and very close to shooting them. And when you're placed in that position where you have to make split-second decisions and where it's either life or death for him or for you, it's different. We're human beings like everybody else. When we show up at work for roll call, I'm joking with my partner. We're talking about hey man, I saw this movie the other night. It was so funny, you should go watch it. Or we're talking about, where are we gonna go eat? I can tell you, from my 14 years of being a cop, there's never a moment where I wake up in the morning when I'm brushing my teeth or getting dressed, I'm like, I can't wait to go out there and kill somebody. Or I can't wait to go out there and shoot somebody with a gun. There was never that moment. But we understand that if that moment arises, we have to do our job to protect the citizens, to protect our partners to our left and right. And we understand that. But no officer that I've dealt with or had the opportunity to work with had that malice intention of wanting to go out there to kill somebody. You see officers being crucified on the internet through YouTube because these people got time to sit here in their living room on their desk, comfortable, under no stress, and try to judge this officer when he or she is under extreme stress. You don't know what calls you're going to get that day you're working. Every day is different. You know, and you got to come there, be professional, do your job to the best of your ability, make the right decision so that you can save lives and protect those that you swore to protect. No one wants to be the police anymore because of the rhetoric of what these politicians and the news are pushing out there, are scaring away candidates, good candidates. This video that was released on social media, there was a domestic call that came out that this dude was beating his girl. So she called the police on him, and he had a gun. So an officer, a Chicago police officer, it was caught on a Ring camera. He was up the stairs dealing with this suspect and this girl. And the dude presented a gun at him. Being a police officer, if somebody raised a weapon at me, I am 100% justified to shoot that person, right? Because I was in immediate danger of losing my life. I was placed in a position where that guy could have turned that gun and shot her. But that officer, over that Ring camera, you can hear the audio. He's like, my man, put it down, put it down. And as that guy came closer to him, he turned around and he ran down the stairs. Thank God that guy didn't shoot that officer. But that's the type of police officer that are out there on the streets now. Those that don't want to do their job anymore. Those that are second guessing themselves. Now that officer, I don't know if he is still on the job, but if he is, shame on him. He was in the right position, justifiably, the letter of the law, to use force to protect her, and he chose not to. Being a cop, people think it's just, you're going after bad guys, right? You're going after murderers, you're going after people who rob people. Though that's every dream of a police officer when he or she gets on the force, that they want to do that, get drugs off the street, want to get gangbangers, want to get killers, right? But there's another side of policing that a lot of people don't see that affects, I think, police. I can tell you one call that I went on that affected me way worse than seeing a gangbanger shot or seeing somebody, just a person lying dead on the street. Going on this call where, this lady called the cops because she walked in on her boyfriend sexually assaulting this young girl. And this wasn't the first time that this happened to this poor young girl. And it affected me so differently, this poor helpless young girl was being sexually assaulted by this grown man, angered me so much. And it left such an impact on me, negatively, that, man, these are the calls cops go on that people don't realize. Kids being sexually assaulted. Other calls that was domestic abuse calls, being able to provide help for a spouse to get her away from an abusive husband was something that, that affected me also, because my mom went through that. Calls like this affects a police officer. And I can tell you it affected me. Seeing that poor little girl being raped. And I mean, obviously I didn't see that, but knowing that she experienced that over and over and over again. And for me, putting cuffs on that dude took a lot of restraint on my part, because I wanted to beat the shit out of his ass. Obviously, we have to fall under the letter of the law. There are certain things that we can't do, and I have to be a professional, even in that situation where I know technically, if you want to play in the gray area, the right thing to do is to beat his ass, right? Any normal person who sees that trauma happening to such a young girl would want to do that, but that's where we draw the line. 2 years in as a cop, and like I said, man, every day is different, right? You never know. And my partner and I going to that call and witnessing that and seeing that the look on that little girl's face and then the mom and dealing with that dude, it took a lot of restraint, man. And not to bring that home is another thing, And that's why there's a problem in the police department where, cops take their lives. Now, there's cops out there that will just sit in their squad cars now. And unless they get a call from a dispatch, they're not going to go out there and be proactive anymore. because they don't want to get into that one situation where they can be sued, they can be thrown in jail, they can be stripped of their police powers. That's why a lot of cops left Chicago. There were so many police officers that retired early or just plain out left and lateral to another police department because they were sick and tired of working for a department that does not have their back, a mayor that doesn't give a crap about them, the DA that definitely don't give a shit about us or to want to prosecute these criminals. And it just frustrates good cops. Because I tell you what, there's plenty of good cops on the Chicago Police Department. But a lot of them can't do their damn job.
You have a beat, you have a sector that you patrol, right? And you're patrolling that beat, that sector, and you just wait for the dispatch to give you calls in your sector. And there's another sector that like this. You see, like they'll call you and they'll be like, you know, domestic situation, shots fired. You got to respond to that. You know, battery situation. That means a fight. It's broken out, gang fight or whatever. You just got to be a patrol officer, or you're dealing with like, you know, grandma, you know, trouble breathing. So you're responding with fire. You know, so being a patrol officer, you're responding to everything. You're married to your radio. Well, when you become a SWAT officer, you're not married to your radio anymore in a way. I'm waiting for the patrol officer who can't handle a situation to call me, for me to come in and handle that situation, because that's out of their hands, be it active shooter, be it hostage situation, be it, like I said, terrorist attack, be it any of those calls that they, you know, is out of their realms of expertise and out of their realm of having the right equipment. They call us and we roll in and we just handle business, whatever that may be. You got to deal with the situation at hand, be it a hostage situation. You know, you're dealing with a husband that is just deranged and got into a domestic with his wife and said, hey, you know what, bitch, I'm gonna fucking kill you, and held her as at hostage. Or just like a, you know, a home invasion, somebody breaks into somebody's house and now they're like, oh, tripped the silent alarm, and, you know, cops came and now they have no choice but to try to take a hostage. You have to come in there calm, collective, and cool, and be able to really process, really come up with the right tactics, the right steps to make sure that the patrol officers are safe, you're safe, but most importantly, the person you're trying to save is going to be safe. And you got to do that in an instant.
There's no doubt in my mind that all those officers that responded were heroes, and they saved a lot of lives, because we just don't know how much damage he was prepared to do.
The city of Chicago lost a doctor, pharmaceutical assistant, and a police officer, all going about their day, all doing what they love. This tears at the soul of our city. Remember what is important in life, and that there are others who are part of our larger family who will have a tear and a hole that will never really heal, but will always have a scar.
The Mercy Hospital shooting was an incident where one of the doctors, she broke up with her fiance. She's like, hey, I don't want to get married with you. I'm going to call it off. And he didn't like that. So he's like, okay, you know what? I'm going to come to the hospital. Give me back my ring. I'm going to meet you outside. You know, just give me back my ring. We're going to call it quits. So unbeknownst to her, he had an intention to kill her and many others in that hospital. So he called her out outside, and he shot her to death. He killed her on scene. Then he went inside the hospital and murdered multiple people. And one of the officers, Officer Jimenez, God rest his soul, was one of the officers who was there in the hospital. I guess he was dropping off a packet or an individual at the hospital when this whole thing went down. He got shot in the jugular and he died there in the hospital. So when that whole initial call came out, I was at home. I was not even on duty at the time. It kicked off. One of our teams that was roving around downtown area heard that call being kicked off, the active shooter, and they responded to the scene. And I heard, because I had my radio on, because I was in my basement cleaning my gun at the time, and I heard the call came out. I was like, oh my God. So I called the desk like, hey, I'm responding. So I got dressed, I got in my patrol car, and I headed there. But by the time I got there, the incident was already over. The team that arrived on scene, one of the officers was the one that took out the active shooter. Came there, it was chaotic. There was already officers inside the building. But here's the thing, this is the detriment of the police department there. There was many officers inside that hospital, but a lot of them didn't do anything. They were standing around pulling security in the hallway. You can tell by the footage on the body-worn camera that the lieutenant had that we watched. And that's the detriment of the training or lack of training that the Chicago Police Department had. These officers were like deer in the headlight. And we watched that video unfold. And we saw officers just stand there, not doing a single thing. And then our SWAT guys came on scene. They made entry inside there, located the shooter, and took him out. Of those officers, those SWAT officers who were there and on scene, I guarantee you that dude would have killed more people. Because he had a box of ammunition in his pocket. And he was ready to bring the fight. Or take or kill as many people as he could. Being a SWAT cop is different from being in the Ranger Regiment. You know, when I was in the Ranger Regiment, obviously when you're overseas, you're doing hits on mission, you know, that's your job, that's your bread and butter, right? Direct action. Being a SWAT officer is different. You know, you gotta deal with people with mental illness, there's warrants you have to deal with, there's SWAT jobs that you're called out to. When I got onto Chicago SWAT, we still did high-risk search warrants where it's not surrounded called out. We did actual hits into homes, you know, making entry. Now, at the end of my career, when I left, all of our warrants that we serve are all surrounded call-outs. We don't even do entry anymore. For whatever reason they deem was more safe for these police officers. I would say some of the SWAT jobs that we have to deal with, difficulty-wise, it was a lot of sitting around and waiting. You know, people think, you know, when we come on scene. Here's the thing: Chicago has a way of dealing with barricaded subject. Every SWAT team is different. Not all SWAT teams are the same. I can tell you, there's certain SWAT teams when they come on scene, they give that a suspect 15 minutes, 20 minutes tops to surrender, or they're going to gas the building, right? The Chicago Police Department deals differently. That's the last thing they want to do is use force. So we deal with a lot of sitting around and waiting. We will be on a SWAT job for 6, 7, 8 hours, letting a negotiator talk this dude's ear off before we even do anything. And I think that's the most difficult thing for me to deal with, and a lot of these officers that are on the team have to deal with. That we weren't able to do our job. that this could have ended a lot quicker, but they chose to just draw it out because of the political climate of Chicago. Mentally and physically, you're wearing out your team. And I think a lot of the leadership don't realize that. They'll push it. They'll push us. Our tempo was so fast because they want us to man events, like, you know, any events like concerts, baseball events, you know, Chicago Bull games, you know, football games, whatever. And we have to do all that, respond to SWAT jobs, and they'll keep us for hours on end. And if there's another SWAT job that kicks off, we have to respond to that. But they don't care about the well-being of us. They'll keep us out there fatigued, and there's guys who would literally fall asleep standing because they're working doubles, even triples. I was on the SWAT team for 5 years. I thought, you know, being on a SWAT team, I would get to do what SWAT officers got to do. I got to experience that for the first year and a half before the whole pendulum swung the way it did here on the Chicago SWAT team. And it became a mental drag in my mind. It mentally wore me down. The Chicago Police Department mentally wore me down. It drained my morale to a point where I didn't want to do it anymore. Who would want to be a cop nowadays? For a chance to be the next YouTube sensation, to hang out to dry. People who are intelligent don't want to touch that field. So what are you left with? You're left with scraping the barrel. And I've witnessed that firsthand on my last year on this department. For the veteran officers who worked there for over a decade, right? Now they're gonna have to deal with these recruits that are not of the same mindset or cut from the same cloth. Now, if everybody stood together and unified and like, enough is enough, we need to turn this police department around, I think this department would change, but a lot of them, they're selfish. And I was tired of working for people like that. So that's when I decided to call it quits. Because that department was not full of leaders, they were just full of followers that just wanted to hold that position, because once you get there, you're now an exempt. You're not working the streets anymore. You get paid a cush salary, you get a driver. A right person would step up and speak their mind, and there were bosses that did, and they got demoted. I was left at another fork in the road where I was left with two decisions. The first decision is be like everybody else on my team, bitch and moan about the politics, about everything else, but continue to be on that hamster wheel, chasing that carrot on the stick, which is a pension. Or go this other route and chase the unknown. And I chose to chase the unknown. I chose to risk it all. If you want something in your life, you will do everything possible to prepare for it. Being a SWAT officer was a dream of mine. I wrapped up my career as a police officer. I have no regrets. I did everything I wanted to do to the best of my ability as a cop. Now I'm called to answer a different calling. And I think God pushed me down this path. As hard as I worked on the police force, in the end of the day, I'm working, of course, towards a bigger goal, bigger picture of serving the community. But it's still a job, right? I clock in, I clock out, I come back home. We Go Home started in 2019 in August, but honestly, it started back at Ranger Regiment. I talk about when you train with your brothers, you bleed with them. You met their families, you met their girlfriends, you met their, mothers, children. You build that bond. It's not just about you. It's about those to your left and right. That's when I realized I can make a bigger impact with my company moving forward than I can on the Chicago Police Department. Who am I to preach that message out to the community and not live it myself? And that's when I decided that I'm going to commit 110%, like I do in everything that I do, that I've done in my past, I'm doing with my company. I'm committing everything I have. My goal and my main mission is to build We Go Home to an 8-figure company. And I'm not doing it for money for myself, but taking that money to give back to the community. We just started the We Go Home Foundation. And I always talk about giving back, and that's the plan with this, to employ veterans, to employ other officers who are leaving the force, to give jobs back to America, to really live the American dream. And the main focus with the foundation is to pay for the widows' mortgages, put their kids through college, help officers, firefighters, military personnel pay for their medical bills, or if they're injured on duty, or if they are out there to try to seek to better themselves in training, to help pay for their training. With We Go Home, I'm able to build a legacy that I will be able to change many people's lives. And we're doing it, instead of talking about it, we're doing it through actions. I get a lot of messages on my Instagram of officers reaching out to me in frustration, like, hey man, I train, I shoot, I go out and do outside courses, but not everybody on my watch is on the same mindset. What can I do to change that? And I tell them, man, you can't change everybody, man. There's going to be certain people who are going to be stuck in their ways. There's going to be certain people who are going to act a certain way. But the one thing that you can do is, even though you might not have rank as a sergeant, as a lieutenant, as a captain, but you are in your own a leader, right? Go out there and set an example. And I promise you, when you do that, officers who are like-minded will be attracted to the way you think, and you guys will get together and build that core group of people that go out and train and make a difference. Nowadays, it's a thing to do to talk down about America. A lot of people who live here in America hates America. But I can tell you the American dream is real. I was a refugee that came from a war-torn country over here, knowing no one. We didn't have anybody here, but America gave us the opportunity. America gave me the opportunity to pursue everything that I wanted. And it was on me, not what this country, what people would like to portray this country to be in a negative light, has provided me with all the opportunities that I wanted. And all I needed to do was give everything I got, and I did. And I will continue to do so.
I lost my innocence there. You're 18, 19, 20 years old. You don't know life yet, and here you are experiencing war. And I call my dad. And I say, Dad, you guys are going to see some things on the news. It's going to say that a car bomb hit this camp. Just tell Mom that it had nothing to do with me, it had nothing to do with here, different unit. But Dad, like, I was there, it sucked. Like, I don't want to be here anymore. And I could hear his voice crack. And I'm like, just don't tell Mom, like, it was here, man, like, fuck. And then I kind of like caught myself, like kind of shedding a tear and kind of trying to wipe it off so nobody else could see me in there. You know, trying to play tough guy. And then just back at it again, right? Back at it for another round. Oh man, I've seen too much. I've seen too much. I gotta get help when I get back. What does this mean? Right, am I gonna be screwed up? Like, what does this mean? And I remember that shocked me. Like, this is a sergeant first class, like saying that, like. I'm asleep. They wake me up. They wake up, get dressed, get your shit on. We just got incoming. I found that to be weird because I didn't even hear the incoming, not even one round or anything like that. So we start getting dressed, putting on our Kevlar flak jacket, and we were gonna go to the point of origin, the pool.
To the chow hall, sir! Oh, yeah. Get in the back. I want to go to the chow hall, sir! What?
We're out on patrol, MSR Tampa. MSR Tampa is the main route that goes from Kuwait all the way up to northern Iraq, main supply route.
Just over here, left, stop.
This was January. So as I pull up, of course I'm scared. They would do secondary IEDs, secondary V-bids, secondary ambushes. Like these insurgents had caught on. Like, hey, let's hit them with something. Then when they're out there snooping around, let's hit them again. I didn't want to get out of the Humvee because all I could see was pieces of meat, pieces of charred meat all over the floor. It was like gravel. It was like, for like a 50-meter radius, there was just pieces, chunks everywhere, chunks of people. And I didn't want to get out. To me, that felt like a nightmare. It felt like an actual nightmare that was true, that was in real life, and I couldn't wake up from it. And I didn't want to get out of the Humvee. I just figured I don't want to get my boots dirty. I don't want to get involved in this. But I'm a grunt. It's like, I got to do this shit. Like, then Sergeant Dean's like, hey, get the fuck out and start picking pieces up. But like I said, we were 18, 19, I turned 20 there. That's a kid, man. That's a freaking kid faced with war. Most people's concept or grasp of war is from a movie, a film, Hollywood, right? When you're there, you smell the smells, you hear the sounds, you see the blood, the brains, the guts, the chunks of pieces of meat, you know, shit becomes fucking real. You can see the crater where the SUV blew itself up. There was a charred upper torso, like this, sticking out of the ground. There was no face. It was a hole where the face is supposed to be. The whole thing's charred. And the other Iraqis, there was another bus load full of their friends, the Iraqi National Guards that had just pulled up, and they were already starting to pick up the pieces. They pick up this torso and they move it like this, and I just saw all kinds of red slush come out into the ground, and I'm like, oh shit. And since it was cold outside, everything is just steaming. All the pieces are just steaming. Here we are picking up pieces of meat, Kevlar's helmets that were exploded this way. You had boots with feet still in it. You had gloves, you had parts, pieces, body, brain, guts, blood, everywhere. You had Iraqis crying, screaming, shooting their AKs in the sky. It was pure chaos. Iraqi National Guard pulling cars over, pulling civilians out and beating the shit out of them just because they were taking out their anger. And it just began just getting pieces and putting them in the back of a truck, getting pieces. There was not one complete person. There was not one full body. There was not that. It was just carnage. There I am at my house in Brawley with all my friends, man. I got a freaking lump in my throat, dude. Like, oh, I don't want to cry, and I just leave walking. My sister's bawling, my mom is bawling, my friends are looking at me like, oh, look at this kid, right? So being that I was 17, I had to have my parents' permission slip, right? I had them sign the waiver, so I was underage, and my parents kept trying to talk me out of it. Dad kept telling me, Hector, go to college. Well, I'll pay for your college. He was almost pleading. I'll pay for your college. I'm like, hey, Dad, why would I go to college when I freaking hate high school? And he's like, you know, maybe they saw how much I wanted it, how much I needed it. And yeah, ultimately they signed the waiver. My sister, who's 3 years younger than me and has been my biggest cheerleader from the start, was all on board. The recruiter takes me away. Boom, San Diego. Padre Trail Inn. That was this little hotel in Old Town that they would take you there the night before you ship out. And I remember, dude, like I used that. There was a payphone at a Mexican restaurant outside, and I called my girlfriend at the time, and that's when I felt it. I had hickeys on my neck, I had a shaved head. I go and I have somebody buy me some cigarettes because I'm not old enough, but I did smoke at that time, and it's like that was your boy right there, like fucking young and dumb, dude, just fucking ready to take on the world, so I thought. The bayonet, the 25-mile road march, that was the last test. So you're out in the field for a week, you're doing these little tasks and trainings and challenges and obstacles, and then you finish it off with a 25-mile road march in like 24 hours with your rucksack, your weapon. Yeah, your feet are hurting afterwards, your back's hurting, and this is what I recall. It was nighttime. There was torches on the side. There was signs. It said World War II, Korean War, Vietnam, Gulf War at each torch. And then there was a blank sign at the last torch. And our drill sergeant said, you see that? That's your guys' war. You guys are gonna be there shortly. Fucking made it. Like, damn, all this training, all this like hard work, dedication that I put into this shit. Like, I'm a fucking foot soldier. I'm a fucking grunt. Tip of the fucking spear. Like, when America goes to war, we're it. We're gonna keep the fucking wolf away from the door. It was one thing for me to go from San Diego to Fort Benning. That was sad, right? Homesick. When I went to Germany, oh my goodness, man. My dad, the look on my dad's face, it was like he was devastated, bro. And it's like, their little son, man, is gone, right? Overseas. I was 18, and Iraq was brewing, to say the least. That made me feel like, oh my God, what have I done? As a matter of fact, when I touched down in Germany, December 8, 2002, you find out what unit you're going to, and then you go, they bust us into a classroom on Leadwood Barracks in Schweinfurt, Germany. And the soldier up there said, if you guys are going to 118 Infantry or 126 Infantry, you're going to Iraq. And everybody just put their head down. Like, oh, this is real. Like, yeah, this is what we were begging for. But to actually hear him say, hey, it's go time, like you're gonna be going, was like, fuck, right? Again, the human emotions, you're gonna be, it's the fear of the unknown. How am I gonna react? Am I gonna perform as expected? I hope I don't let my brothers down, right? Because to let your brothers down would mean lives are gonna get lost.
Tag, meine Damen und Herren. Das Zugpersonal begrüßt Sie im Regionalexpress 2079 auf der Fahrt von Frankfurt Main-Hauptbahnhof nach Nürnberg. Über Frankfurt Süd, Offenbach, Hanau, Aschaffenburg, Lohr, Gemünd.
My friend Jeffrey King from Philadelphia. Hillside of the room, Texas. Flag. Nonsense. Al Pacino. California, of course.
Hell.
There's my roommate Hill, Richard, from Texas. Oh yeah, captured Saddam Hussein today. Pretty cool. We got Big G, Michael Garcia from Arizona, Brandon Winkle from Chicago,
Shut down.
Maldonado Alex from Puerto Rico,
Stay on, bro.
Corporal Luga,
Specialist Garcia over here.
A Cruz from Cali, Josh Soto from Cali, Clayton Weeks from Texas. Make sure I got everything ready for Iraq. Barely started, but there's all my DCUs, and it is snowing outside. Or it started to snow.
Face off. Bear, I'm gonna kick your ass, man. Kick your ass, bro.
It's classic. Good shit.
Oh, Richard! Yeah! Oh, Richard! Benny Hill!
Maldo, what are we doing right now?
I guess we are pulling guard. I'm not really sure.
On top of a roof.
Top of a roof.
And there's a view of what we're pulling guard.
Tiger 2 November is truck 8.
Pretty weak. And right beside us, we have a Haji neighborhood. One fucking group. Neighborhood in the middle of the fucking fog, we don't know.
Roger, call the CMOC, let them know. I don't have no more gas here.
But this is what we do for 4 hours. For 24 hours. 4 hours on, 4 hours off. Sit and pull guard.
Front gate, Tiger Indian November.
Fun. Fun times.
Yeah, oh, it's fun.
Roger, tell them they get no gas today.
So when we get to FOB Palo Wada, 4th Infantry Division, the guys from 4th ID were there. These guys were salty, uniforms looking like shit, tattered, fucking sunburned. These guys had been in country for like 15 months, right? They did the invasion and then they hung around a little longer than they anticipated. They were ready to go home, right? We showed up all fresh, 1st Infantry Division, Big Red 1. So we had to do those left seat, right seat rides where we would go out on patrol with them. They would show us the surrounding area. And the first patrol that I went out with him, I remember there was, he was like an E6 staff sergeant. He looked like the lead singer from New Found Glory. And he's like, hey, just be aware that when you shoot these guys with your M16, the bullets are gonna go right through them, right? The velocity's so fast when you're inside the house. And I'm like, the hell? And yeah, these guys had been fucking killing people. And I remember like looking at this guy like he was a god, right? Like a fucking all-thing drunk god. Because I'm like, damn, this motherfucker's doing it. And he's telling us like, hey, you're gonna have to shoot these dudes 4 or 5 fucking times to put them down. And I was like, all right. So that was kind of the introduction to like what we're getting ourselves into. I mean, I shot a dude one time, like I mentioned, he was like at 250, 300 meters, and he still kept running. He still kept running. And You want to talk about not being like the movies. In the movies, you shoot somebody and they fucking fall over dead, right? Unless you hit a dude in the head, which we're taught to shoot center mass. It's very discouraging to shoot at people or shoot people and have them continuously fight, because some of them are hyped up on adrenaline, actual adrenaline, and or meth. We were finding vials, we were finding syringes where these dudes were getting hyped up on fucking dope. And then in 2004, you had a lot of foreign fighters. You had Jordanians coming to Iraq to fucking fight. You had Syrians. You had like people from Africa coming. No doubt, people from Afghanistan. Like that was like a holy war to them. Like, hey, you want to come fuck up some Americans? Come here. So yeah, we were finding Chechens, different shit, different documents, different passports. Living on a FOB, we were on FOB Palawada, Forward Operating Base Palawada. The reason it got named that was a month prior to us arriving, it was called FOB Eagle. But there was a captain by the name of Palawada, I believe he was in the 4th Infantry Division. He was killed by indirect fire, I think rockets. So therefore they named it after him. So I want you to think of like a small area where you can pretty much, you know, everybody that's on the FOB, not too far of a walking distance, and you have your living quarters. This happened to be a former Iraqi base that the Americans had taken over.
This is our friend Zimmerman. He can sleep through anything. Watch this alarm go off, and he won't even wake up. Watch this.
See you. So in 2004, Operation Iraqi Freedom 2, that was the beginning of the insurgency. Up-armored anything was very slim to none, irrelevant. You know, I remember in Kuwait being on a detail of filling up 7,000 sandbags in 24 hours, and that sucked, bro. And they were gonna use the sandbags for the floorboards of the Humvees as armor. And what a routine patrol would look like would be 4 vehicles going out every time. One would be an up-armored Humvee. The other one was a freaking supply Humvee that I drove, Bravo 24, and that was an IED magnet. I think that thing ended up getting hit directly, probably by like 12, 13 IEDs, where my sergeant built stencils, and we were putting stencils. I even got a picture of it. After every time it got hit, like we'd just bring it back and just shh. Yeah, the windows would be blown out, the tires would be fucking flat. M113, an armored personnel carrier, like Vietnam era, a track vehicle. And then I think the other one was another up-armored Humvee. Our biggest weapon system was the 240 Bravo, 7.62. So we would go out into sector, patrol. I was in Balad, very agricultural. It was like living out in the country, villages. Dirt roads, canal roads, grapevines, orchards.
Yeah, I took a picture of you already, man.
When I deployed to Iraq, they pulled our platoon, 2nd platoon, and attached us to a unit of tankers. So they kind of did some Mickey Mouse Frankenstein unit with 1 platoon of infantry, which was us, 1 platoon of combat engineers, 1 platoon of tankers, and a National Guard platoon from New York. It's safe to say that they used and abused us and the engineers, to do all the grunt work, basically. Patrol, convoys, raids, guarding POWs, guarding on the FOB, the towers, the front gate. Man, route clearance, QRF, Quick Reaction Force. We were busy 24/7, 365.
We had just discovered an IED, improvised explosive device, ahead of checkpoint 10. We're here with Jared Hinks. Take it away.
That's right, Farrell. Here in Balad, Iraq, on Route Linda, where two Hajis, indigenous personnel,
Iraqi members,
Iraqis, came to the front gate while we were leaving and told us they knew where a bomb was.
Back were raid, caught us some fucking prisoners. Huh? No, I got myself. That's little Nathan Mays after a raid. We'll start off with a cousin Doc.
Primo Dakla. I saw some action today.
Edgar.
No shots fired.
Our medic.
It's a goddamn shame.
The newest member of the fucking family is fucking straight out of basic. Squirrely as fuck. Yeah, brand new BDUs.
Squirrely as fuck.
Cherry. We got his cherry pop today. Then we got Appa.
So the movie Platoon, where Charlie Sheen is writing a letter to, I believe it's his grandma. He's talking about his platoon mates of where they're from in little small cities. And to me, it was exactly like that, man. You got Garcia from Miami, Arizona, right? You got Hinks from Duluth, Minnesota. You got Hill from Amarillo, Texas. You know, Winkle from Chicago. You just got everywhere from all these places, bro. And it's just like fucking put us all together, become brothers.
He's good. Like fucking dog. Man, the guy in yellow's losing, dude. What are you throwing, man? What are you anything good? Yeah.
Airhead.
Dude, give me an airhead. No, fuck that. Fuck, come on, right here. You're fucking sergeant. Bastard.
What the?
You're a bastard. I wanted to fuck it. I'm gonna go. You know what? I'll go there and beat the shit out of those kids for it.
Here in Balad, Iraq, on top of what we would call a mansion. Probably the only one in Balad right now. As you can see behind me, this man has a beautiful view of the landscape around. Lots of green, because it is nearing winter time. Around this area, the insurgents, aka Fedayeen, like to plant IEDs, improvised explosive devices, where, at one point in time, this young man here, Nathan Mays, 19 years old, straight out of high school, got blown up right over there by a roadside bomb. Kind of where near that white car is.
Why would that man say he went up right now?
Hold on, folks. Let me take care of this. And that's pretty much it. It's a Dan Withers thing. Dan Withers saying, choose.
If it was during the day, it would be kind of like a presence. Like you go to a village, you go to a house, and then they tell you to come in, offer you chai, which is like hot tea. Meanwhile, we're pulling security up on the rooftop. We're taking a look around. You know, you ask them, you got a silah? Silah? Silah is weapon in Arabic. Silah? No sila, mister. That's what they would say, right? So we're still looking around. We fucking find an AK-47 and we're like, sila! They're like, one sila. It's like, hey, these motherfuckers, right? It just agitates you like, hey. So the rule was they were allowed to have one AK-47 per household for thieves or whatever. Alibaba is what they call them. Alibaba, mister. So there's a lot of interacting with the Iraqi nationals. You got the kids, right? So you learn things like Genta is trunk. You know, you're doing traffic control checkpoints where you're stopping vehicles and searching them for insurgents, contraband weapons and stuff like that. And Genta, open Genta.
Genta! Genta! Okay. Open Genta!
Genta! Stop. Genta! Yes. لا مو تصوير عندك. You see me shirt me? I want to marry the women Americans and live in America because I sat in Iraq. I want to go in America because there is not the fiki in Iraq and America is free. Okay?
And half the platoon would go out on patrol. The other half of the platoon would stay back doing weapons maintenance, vehicle maintenance, like I said, guard duty. If you had time to go to the internet cafe, back then in 2004, the internet cafe was a little office or a little building, a little room, and there was probably about 4 computers hooked up to like old school internet, and then you were able to send old school emails out, use the telephones make sure you had a calling card. It was never a dull moment considering that we would get indirect fire daily, for sure daily. Some of it accurate, some of it not. You know, the rounds would hit outside, inside the wire. We also had our outgoing, which was our 120 millimeters, 11 Charlie mortarmen. They had their mortar pit set up right outside of our building, barracks, so it was freaking loud, like boom! Constant. So we got to distinguish between incoming and outgoing fire. It's like there's certain distinctive sounds to it. And right after we would receive incoming from the enemy, the insurgents, our outgoing would run out to the mortar pits and start fucking firing back. So there would be like battles sometimes of just ingoing and outgoing. It's extremely fucking loud, but you get used to it after a while.
Zimmerman! Yeah. Zimmerman! No. Yeah, loud.
Real loud?
Yeah.
Real loud?
Zimmerman!
Bro.
What?
This is what a really good friend of mine shot off in here, accidentally. Almost got me killed. Almost got the whole platoon killed.
Zimmerman! I think that's true. Hey, your alarm went off. Please, stay asleep.
You feel the concussion, for sure. You feel the concussion, the wave through your like chest, like poof. Depending on how close you are to it, especially incoming, damn, dude. I remember we got caught. Me, Maze, Garcia, and Dino, our sergeant, were walking to the internet cafe, and in between us and there was a Bradley from 126 Infantry that the grunts there were working on. And as we're walking, we hear like, so right away we look, and it's like, fuck. My best man, Garcia, he's like, hey, don't worry, that's outgoing. And we looked, there was nothing outgoing about that. There was no Paladin there, which we had Paladins, 155 artillery, and definitely no our mortar guys there. So it was incoming. It's like, oh shit, run, motherfucker, run. That's what the 126 guys yell to us. They get up, they scatter. And I kid you not, dude, we're running, and it just started dropping on us like rain, dude.
All right. PC Maze is about to describe a rocket attack we went through a while back.
About the rockets, I don't like to talk about them much because it's just traumatizing. But anyway, we're walking towards the internet, towards the talk at battalion, and as soon as we got to about Charlie Rock area, their maintenance bay, we heard an explosion to our right.
And Garcia said, outgoing.
Yeah.
I said, no, rockets.
Yeah, Garcia said paladin.
And I was like, there's no paladin.
Yeah, and I was like, wait, there's not a paladin there. Then I hear Charlie Rock maintenance crew, go motherfucker, run!
Fucking run!
So, what do?
We ran.
We fucking ran.
Was there a bunker? No.
No, there wasn't. So we had to run for about 150 meters before we found a little overhead cover. Bootsy ass Aussie concrete barriers. Wouldn't stopped anything. But we survived it, luckily. Even though they were coming in on us like fucking rain.
The rounds would never stop.
And then on the run back we let deal.
We sort of left our team leader in the dust because he's not up to par with
Yeah.
our PT said.
You know, if you're not ready to run, you shouldn't be allowed to have fun and go to the internet. Simple fact.
Cool.
That's all I gotta say about that.
Thanks. Plexus Sparrow. You alright, man? No comment. It was scary. Alright. I'll let you be, man. Huh? So I'll let you be. Please. Let me gather my thoughts. I know it hurts.
Let me contemplate what could have happened.
Because you could hear the rockets. It's like, especially how close they are. And the only thing we found was those concrete walls that you'll see around the green zone in Baghdad. They put around perimeters of bases. Those concrete walls, but they were stacked on top of each other. They were in a laying down position. And like 4 of us managed to just cram into a little hole. And it was like, so you can smell the black smoke, the gunpowder, the dust. You could hear the whizzing of the rounds, definitely the explosions. And we just started laughing, dude. We just started laughing because there's nothing you can do. You get to a point, man. You get to a point where you know there's nothing you can do. You might as well have a good time with it. Because honestly, what difference is it going to make? Would you rather scare yourself to death or just go out, kind of like go out happy with it? It stopped after a while. We all picked up when it seemed like a good time, like a lull in the fire to go back. And we went back, and my boy Hinks from Minnesota was like, damn, bro, did you guys get caught in that? We're like, yeah, dude, right in the middle. Was it scary? 100%, absolutely. But my dad had given me some type of religious medallion prior to deploying, which was random. And I remember just clutching that thing when the rounds were landing all around us.
We're here in Balad, Iraq, again, where I guess a drive-by happened on this fucking car here. Killed the driver, definitely, because his brains are hanging on his shoulder. And I guess some other people were in the back that got shot up, taken to the hospital. I guess this is these people, the relatives or whatever, and they're not too happy right now. I guess it was a tribal war between 2 tribes or some shit like that. Well, anyways, just another day here in Balad. We're almost out of here. More brains for you. Oh, I gotta go down there. Let's go down there with the camera. Sausage.
All right.
here's High Speed 2nd Squad.
Nice SAD.
In the middle of what we would call a battle, I guess.
Bullshit battle.
Clear?
Yeah.
House clear?
Bro, that easy.
Took a hill on the gun.
What's going on? We are in downtown Balad on a regular patrol. We are still a Paris patrol. On a gun, as usual.
Oh, that dirty fucking kid. And his brother. Alright, there's his mother. Oh, don't mind the bullet hole in the glass. Yep. Hard at work. Oh, go the helicopter.
They did the retort? That's fucked up, dude. That was my best one too, man. That was all like this, dude. Come on, hard and shit.
It's something, dick. We're at Balad right now, downtown.
We're not in downtown Balad right now.
You're
fucking stupid.
How dangerous is the mission today? We're not dangerous.
Fucking Dak.
Very dangerous.
Dangerous mission today.
There's Skrilla on the gun, on the gizzle.
Always talking that shit.
My foot hurts really bad. We're gonna escort these fags to the hospital.
Go.
Show the fags.
Show the fags.
Show the non-combatant motherfuckers.
Zoom in.
I don't know how. I'm blue gun. Fuck up, asshole.
Hey.
Fucking kill you. This is how we do it in the Humvees. Smoking Newports and shit. Not giving a fuck. I ain't dismounted for nothing, because my foot's all fucked up. I'm here for the hell of it, for shits and fucking giggles. You're gonna put that on fucking documentary when I make it. This is how we lived in Iraq.
I guess, damn, never really thought of this, but I guess the first time that I fired my weapon in combat was April 15th, 2004. I was taking a shit in the latrines. It was like a trailer, like the ones you see at a concert. And we started getting incoming, like rockets and mortars. I remember thinking like, damn, I'm gonna die on the shitter, right? You never wanna die on the shitter. And I remember thinking like, damn, shrapnel's about to come through this, like this aluminum freaking tin thingy. So I like throw on my vest real quick, my helmet. I don't even think I wiped my ass. And I take off running outside of the door, and you got the maintenance bay right there. This is on our FOB, FOB Polo Water. And we were QRF, Quick Reaction Force, so it was our job to go to the point of origin, the poo, that was tracked by a satellite that would give us the exact coordinates of where it came from. It would track the trajectory of the round. So we load up, we get in the Humvees. We stop and set up a traffic control checkpoint to try to find the mortarmen. Well, we see a white truck coming in our direction. They see us and they fucking haul ass and do a U-turn. So it's like, hey, jump in, get in the vehicle. There they are. Man, we're chasing this freaking truck, vehicle. We go about 30 miles away from where we're supposed to be. It's like we damn near ended up in Fallujah from what I gathered. I was an E3, E4, so I really didn't I wasn't making any fucking decisions. I was driving a Humvee at this time. So we chased them, again, to some village right in front of a house. They parked the truck, it was a white truck, 3 males, military-age males jump out, they run through a house. Even though I was the driver of the Humvee, something told me just get out and fucking chase them, right? So I jump out, and instead of us going through the house, we went around the side. And as I'm looking, Sergeant Hendrickson is over there and he's handling one of the dudes, one of the older guys, right? It's him and he's handling him, we'll just say that. So now you see 2 guys running, me, Hinks, and Dino. These dudes are fucking gaining on us, right? We didn't know if they had weapons on them, they just fucking it was all bad. Bad area, bad people. That was the crazy thing about fucking Iraq is that, they didn't really wear uniforms. So I asked my sergeant, can we shoot warning shots? So he's like, yeah. So it's like, boom, boom, right? Warning shots get fucking fired. Dudes are still running. It's like, man, these guys are really up to no good. So I see one kind of turning to the left, and then that's when I draw on him and just boom, boom. The dude was like 250 meters away, 300. And when I seen he was running, he skipped the ground with his hand. I'm like, holy fuck, I shot him. So we kept running. I mean, they were a distance. And when we come up to the guy, there's a canal that's empty of water, but there's mud. It's a very muddy canal. And the dude is on his knees like this, soaked in blood. And I remember thinking in my head, God, please let that be mud. Please let that be mud. Right? 'Cause I was hoping it would be mud from what he had just crossed. And the dude was wearing sandals, which caught me off guard. Like, how the hell did he keep his sandals on through that mud, right? You would think it would have got stuck. So we end up coming behind him, and my sergeant yells, hey, you shot him, you search him. So I just kicked him, boom. I kicked him in the back and he fucking falls forward. And now he's in the prone position. And I'm standing over him, because they did teach us how to do EPW searches, enemy prisoner of war searches, in case they have grenades, which is one of the last stands or one last ditch efforts that they'll do is they'll lay on top of a grenade or just fucking pull the pin and just take everybody out. So he's like, you shot him, you search him. So I go to search him and I put my hands on his back and my fucking hand slipped. He's wearing a man dress, and my hand slipped on the red, slick blood, dark ass blood, and I fell on top of him. And I'm like, ah, right? I looked at my hands, and I just remember thinking, like, damn, I have blood on my hands, right? Like the figure of speech, I have blood on my hands. So by then, another sergeant came who he claimed to be a medic, but he gets here and he starts panicking because the dude's exit wound is here in his neck. Right, again, I'd never seen a gunshot wound. I had never shot anybody up until that point. This is like really happening. So Sergeant Dean tells him, hey, patch him up. You're supposed to be a fucking medic. And he says, hey, let's go. We still have to go and get the other guy. Right, so it was me, and then we were all regrouped. Hendo, Dino, Hinks, and me, and I. And we're running. The other guy disappeared, man. Holy shit, he ran into a fucking village. It was a bad village, dude. It was a really bad village. I mean, you would think because you're in Iraq, it's a hostile area, combat operations like 24/7 everywhere. Some fucking places are more sketchier than others. And just different things that give away, like the way people look at you in their eyes it's like the hate is radiating from people's like body, souls. And we were seeing a lot of that. Pictures of Saddam Hussein's up on people's walls. That wasn't something we had necessarily encountered in our area of operations. I told you we had driven freaking 30 minutes out of our AO. And I remember clearing a house, clearing up, and there was an old lady in a wheelchair. And as I come across the room, she just stares at me. She's just in the wheelchair, like, doesn't say nothing to me. I don't say nothing to her. It's almost like if she's used to like people coming in her house with guns. And it's like, just keep pushing, right? Like, she's not a threat, keep pushing. We start getting like the heebie-jeebies, like, hey, we gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here. We've been here for too long. We're in a bad area. It's just a matter of time before they come down on us. And so we start making our way back to the vehicle. And you had the family members of that individual that I shot were crying. I mean, I assume they were their family members. And then you had the dad, which this is what I found extremely odd. The dad walks up to me and I shake the dad's hand and the dad shakes my hand. So if there was a major event, which there were, they would send the chaplain over to us in our little makeshift barracks. You know, initially it was just a big open bay. Then we somehow got some plywood and made cubicles, 2-man cubicles. But we're learning this as it's happening. The big army will send a chaplain over us and talk to us about what's going on. Of course, we're not going to openly, you know, pour our heart and soul into this guy. We don't even know him, and we're not trying to look weak. So at that time, right, I don't have that same mindset. But because you got to understand, bro, weakness will get you killed. You got to be fucking hard, stern. I mean, you got to be a killer to survive and adapt in that environment. You can get got at any time.
Like about 5 minutes ago, the Humvee that driver just got hit by an IED. But the other squad was driving it. Pretty fucking scary.
Joe ain't got no fucking grease on his face, specialist.
Dad's man.
Not taking care.
It's PFC. Roberts are reporting from Balad, Iraq. As you can see, the weather out back is fucking shitty.
Fucking electric lines and transformers are blowing all over the place.
Oh, fuck.
What is it from fucking sand? It's probably from the sand.
Oh, big ass piece of metal. Oh man, that's nothing. This piece of shrapnel that from the bomb that went off right next to my vehicle today.
The bomb?
Yeah, man, a roadside bomb fucking almost blew me up today. Big piece of the metal. Check it out. Check out this little piece.
Damn.
Good shit, huh?
That's a big piece of fucking metal.
Yep. 12th of May.
So how do you feel? How do you feel about that flying past your head?
Nah. Can't really do much about it. We killed somebody though. That's what counts. Hopefully it was a guy. It was, no well. Really don't know.
Oh well.
That's about it.
All right, bro.
Stick in the barrel.
Yeah. The first time I met Doc Edgar was in Hohenfels. We actually had a medic prior to him that refused to fire his weapon on one of the live firing ranges, and our platoon sergeant, Sergeant First Class Golick, kicked him out. He's like, hey, get out of here, I don't need you. I need somebody that's gonna fucking fire their weapon. And asked for a replacement, which was Doc Edgar. I ended up going to the PX at Hohenfels and buying this big giant Rambo knife, like a gimmick. And it came with a compass. And I was so excited, man, probably like a bargain, probably like 10 bucks. And I was so anxious to open it up that I actually sliced my hand open with that knife. And we were in the billets, you know, little barracks area, and I go up to the medic, Doc, and I'm like, hey, Doc, can you help me out here? And he starts bandaging me up. This is the first time I meet him, and he has that like high-pitched voice, and he's like, hey, man, you got to be careful when you're messing with these knives. And I'm like, I know, man, I know. And he starts like bandaging my hand. And even then, I just remember thinking, like, this dude's so caring, like, this dude's so passionate about his job. Get in the Humvees, we start driving out the fob, front gate. Specialist Maldonado, my boy from Puerto Rico, is there, and he's just like looking at us, right? And I'm looking at him, which was weird because like the whole mood was somber. It was just weird right out the gate. Normally he would have been like, hey, what's up, fuckers? But it was just like nothing. We drive to the location where the point of origin is, along the Tigris River. Right before we get to the Poo, there's a T intersection on a hardball street. And I was the third vehicle out of 4 vehicles in the patrol. And we hear over the radio that the last vehicle had broken down about a mile back. Like, what? So the lieutenant in the first vehicle made the decision to send my vehicle back and link up with them. So we're like, all right. So I drive back and I link up with that other vehicle. Now I didn't give it any thought whether they were gonna stay put or continue mission. I mean, I guess I figured they were just gonna stay put till we got back and linked up. What ended up happening is that patrol carried on. And Doc Edgar was like a grunt to us. Even though he was a medic, combat medic, he was a grunt to us because he was always leading, he was always kicking in doors, he was always shooting his weapon with us. So as we're there, with the last vehicle that broke down, we hear like the loudest rumbling forever. Like I never heard anything like this before, followed by gunfire.
Don't get up yet. That rock's a crack. That's tough, huh? Get up there.
It took like a fucking half a second. Hey, let's go. They're getting hit. Let's go. So then my wheels start spinning like, oh, they went forward, right? They continued mission. They pushed on and they got hit.
Here we go. Here's the parts.
The Humvee parked right next to the IED. It was a surface leveled IED, meaning it was surface leveled and it was in a mound of dirt. So there was only dirt covering those artillery rounds. And as soon as Doc stepped in front of the Humvee and the insurgent saw him, he detonated the IED, which blew Doc across the road. So I convinced the sergeant, like, hey, let's go, let's go. So we jump in the Humvee, and I know a shortcut to the location. It was through like a dirt road, and I see the Humvee that got hit. And we would come to it like a T. I jump out, and as soon as I jump out, Sergeant Edgar comes around and said, they killed Doc. I'm like, what do you mean they killed Doc? And he's like, he's right over there, look. And like I look past him, and I see a body on the road, and my vision just goes, and my whole world just went dark. And like at that moment, my innocence left me. Like a shift in my innocence. Anything I was ever taught, that good things happen to good people, bad things happen to bad people, shattered, fucking shattered on the spot. So I run over there, I don't know why, and I look down, and there's a body, and I look at his face, and there's droplets of blood on his face, but he doesn't look like Doc, right? His face is in one piece. There's nothing, his face isn't injured, it just doesn't look like Doc. And then I start going down, scanning his body, and then I get to his right leg, his shin, and his shin bone is exposed, so he took like shrapnel to the shin. Lieutenant Torres took shrapnel on the bottom of his foot, because when I arrived, Lieutenant Torres was sitting on the passenger side of the Humvee holding his foot up like this, cussing, and the bottom of his boot was chewed up, and it looked like his foot looked like ground beef. Then you had O'Neill, who was the gunner at the time of that Humvee. He had his back of his head facing that IED. So when that IED blew, boom, it blew some shrapnel into his Kevlar. We had the old school Kevlars, the ones that came down, not like the new ones. And that saved his life. It punctured his skull, and it wounded him, took him out of the fight. And Hinks was bandaging up O'Neill, and Hinks was bandaging up Lieutenant Torres, which was a fucked up feeling because we never in our wildest dreams anticipated that our medic would get killed. And I'm just like, holy fuck. But then I realized, like, hey, this is an unsecured, like, scene still. We still have to pull security. Like, the insurgents, the bad guys can still be out in the bushes. So we look down, and they're like, hey, Farrell, there's a fucking vehicle coming down the road. So you have the dead body, you have my Humvee, that Humvee that got hit, the 113, and we're set up in this little position. But it's on a hardball, so you got traffic trying to come, Iraqi civilians trying to come from both sides. So I start shooting warning shots at this car. Doof, doof, doof. Probably had to be an Opel. Everybody drove Opels then. The car turns around and leaves. Well, then I see a white truck coming, and I do the same thing, but the truck keeps coming. Doom, doom, doom. So then I shoot in front of the street, right where that truck is at, doof, 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 with my M16. Truck is still fucking coming. So then I shoot at the engine block, and now this is only 5.56, but I mean, I don't know what else to do, so I'm like, doof, doof, doof. And the fucking truck is still coming. I'm like, I'm gonna have to kill this dude. I'm gonna have to fucking kill this dude, right? Because at that time, they had already started implementing car bombs, VBIDs, vehicle-borne IEDs. I see that there's a driver, but no passenger. So I aim at the passenger side windshield, and just doof, 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 put a couple rounds in there, and the fucking truck kept coming, and I'm like, I'm gonna have to kill this dude. I'm gonna have to fucking kill this dude, right? And it's one of those things, like, I don't know if this is a bad guy. I don't know if he's a car bomber. Is this a risk? By then, the dude is up on us, right? So much time, like, everything's happening so fast. We see that it's an old man. Dude had to have been 80 or 90 years old. Blind, deaf, dumb. So we just break the window. We drag him out. We rough him up a little bit because we're highly upset and young. And we just got, our friend just got killed. And we throw him back in the truck, and he turns around, and I hear Hank say, hey, did you shoot him? And I'm like, no, like pissed. He fucking goes off. And now Weeks shows up. So it's like, hey, let's go follow the wire, right? Because back then they would have two types of IEDs, command detonated and remote detonated. So command, they would have a copper wire strung out to two 155 artillery rounds, or 1 or 3, however they wanted, with a blasting cap, and then they would string it out, and they would be there watching you with a 9-volt battery. So we follow the wire, and we look right down. It was right on the edge of the Tigris. The dude had a clear line of sight to the Humvee, down the canal, so they would use different markings to hit you. And then when he detonated, he ran into the village, which we would later drop fucking 2 500-pound bombs on that village. After we traced the wire, the dude was nowhere to be found, the insurgent. We go back, and it's time to load the bodies on the medevac, right? So they tell me to pop smoke. I had a red smoke canister. I popped it, and I threw it into the street, but it didn't go where I wanted it to land. So I go to pick it up, and I burned the shit out of my hand. Like, I didn't realize it was gonna be burning so hot, so I just dropped it. By then, pretty much all the reinforcements, all the big wigs, everybody came from the FOB. We weren't that far from our FOB. As a matter of fact, my friends on the FOB that heard the explosion, which was like 2 miles away or 3 miles away, it was so loud that they thought it was incoming on the FOB. I'm telling you, that IED was just fucking weird, different. I'm standing in the middle of this empty field in shock. Sergeant First Class Joselito Villanueva gets me and pushes me down. He's like, hey, you're doing good, Farrell, you're doing good, take a knee. At the same time, the medevac was landing. You know, I didn't realize that I was standing straight up. And he's like, hey, you're doing good. Like, I don't know if he noticed I was in shock. And we get up afterwards, and then we start loading the bodies onto the Stokes litters and onto the helicopter. And I remember the helicopter pilot looking at me and just me looking at him, kind of like, you know, like, thank you, and like, take care of them. So we had 1 KIA, 2 wounded in action. Yeah, and those guys left and never came back. Doc's death hit the platoon fucking hard, man. It hit the platoon hard because of who he was, right? I'm not saying had it been anybody else, we wouldn't have been dealt the same emotions, but because it was him, it fucking sucked that much more. On top of that, September 10th happens to be my mom's birthday, which makes it the worst day of my life because I had to come back to the FOB, call my mom and tell her happy birthday, and keep all those feelings inside. I didn't want to ruin her birthday. It was usually like this. 2 guys in a cubicle, quiet. You know, when Doc got killed, it was me and my best man sitting right across exactly like we are right now. He's crying, I'm crying, and he wanted to know what happened. And I told him exactly how it happened. And he's just like, fuck, man. It's almost like the facial expressions couldn't hide it. It's moments of just sad, extreme sorrow, reflecting back, what could we have done? Why couldn't we get killed? Survivor's guilt, bouncing stories off of each other, and then, hey, guess what? Suit up, put your shit on, we're going out again. You know, looking around the room and seeing everybody's face, it's like that little kid trying to hold their lip in, right, from crying. I was crying, other dudes were crying, but it's the group mentality as a whole. It's like, A, we don't want to show weakness, B, we can't afford to show weakness, C, we got to continue mission. But like I said, those glimpses, right, those glimpses of complete sheer terror, bewilderment, excitement, joy, right? Blowing up a freaking house, blowing up a car, and it's like a little kid with some fireworks and a little G.I. Joe doll. Boom, right? It's like during those glimpses, you can catch like, hey, you know, we're still kids. But I'll tell you one thing, man, 13 months of that, 18 months of that, 15 months of that, multiple deployments, you do lose your innocence fucking fast. February 2005. The lieutenant colonel pulled us into an airplane hangar in Germany. He said these 3 things. Don't drink and drive, don't beat your wife, and if you hear loud sounds, you may flinch. Have a good day. Boom. Coming back home, bro, to San Diego, to El Centro, to Brawley, I felt like a fucking alien, dude. Like an absolute fucking alien. My parents didn't understand what was happening to me. My sister didn't understand what I had just went through. My friends knew that I was turned up and that I was drinking the most and doing the most and acting bizarre, wild, and unusual, but they enjoyed that shit. I was the life of the fucking party. And that's where it was a double-edged sword.
Hit him! Wait! Declan! Declan! Help! What? Back up, get away! Get away!
So in April of 2004, yeah, I shot a dude, right? The dude was bleeding out. We fucking ran up to the scene. The dude was bleeding out, man. The exit wound was coming out of his neck. And while he didn't die then and there, you know, my sergeant would later on tell me, like, yeah, that dude fucking didn't make it. That happened in April. I got R&R, rest and relaxation, in August. I was already kind of fighting that in my mind. Like, am I gonna go to hell? I grew up with a religious background, Catholic, so I'm like, I know the 10 Commandments. Well, I surprised my parents when I came back in August for R&R, and they threw me a on the whim block party with all the neighbors. Well, I remember getting drunk and crying and saying I'm a murderer, I killed somebody, and like, fuck, man, you could just imagine the neighbors looking at me. This was in 2004. I didn't plan that. You know, once the alcohol started flowing, that's kind of just what came out. And everything had always been inside of me, right? In my thoughts, in my gut, and in my heart. But when I drank, shit came out in a very unhealthy, very ugly way. I wrestled with that, tackled with that, thought, memory, idea, action for a long, long time, man. And that just goes hand in hand with every other trauma that I experienced throughout the duration of the war. My war.
You guys are fucking stupid. You need your little AK-47 now, dude. The whole year of 2005, I was definitely drunk,
And the majority of times under the influence of a controlled substance, marijuana, cocaine, meth, and those were the three. And to be honest with you, this is what it looked like. Wake up at nighttime, start drinking, okay? Start dabbling in some coke. That's the word I was looking for, dabbling, because I wanted to get up. It didn't put me up where I wanted to, so I'd smoke some meth or snort some meth, and it would put me 2 up. So then I'd kind of panic and smoke some weed to bring me down, and then I would just fucking continue that roller coaster from hell for the whole 2005. September 10th, the anniversary of my friend getting killed, still came around all those years, and that's a trigger for me. And I had to learn about triggers. I had post-traumatic stress disorder. I mean, I still have post-traumatic stress disorder, but I didn't know what the hell that was. I literally thought I was losing my fucking mind, bro. The word anxiety. If I tell you the word anxiety, people know the symptoms. Oh, anxiety, rapid heart increase, nervousness. Not only did I not know the fucking word anxiety, I didn't know the symptoms. Thought I was fucking losing my mind and having a heart attack simultaneously. Add in dope and everything else. Oh, bro, you can just imagine. And then when you go through prolonged periods of fight or flight scenarios, your brain gets rewired. And this is something I learned after the fact of therapy and treatment. So sending those neurons and everything else and your brain remembering survival things, the problem is you get in an argument with your girlfriend, you go straight to fucking full combat mode, right? She's thinking you're a fucking abusive son of a bitch from hell, right? Verbally abusive, physically abusive, and a drunk. You look like a fucking piece of shit asshole is what you look like, but what's really happening is you're suffering, right? It's not an excuse at all, right? You gotta be held accountable. I gotta be accountable for my actions. However, that it was an ugly fucking mess. I was the king of self-sabotage, the absolute king of self-sabotage. I was a manipulator, right? And that comes with being an alcoholic. The traits of alcoholism. I knew something wasn't right, bro. I wasn't happy. I wasn't happy. You know, you hear people say they look in the mirror, they don't like the person that they see. Well, I mean, I would look in the mirror. I didn't think I was fucking, bad looking, but I didn't like the person that was inside of me. And that person inside of me came out when I drank. There was no forethought though. There was no knowledge of what scientifically was happening to me or what I was enduring, if that makes sense. Like medical terminologies, mental health terminologies, symptoms. It looked fucking, and I remember telling my parents one time, like, hey, this shit looks ugly to you guys. Just imagine what the fuck it looks like inside of me. Because yeah, dude, the thoughts, oh my God, bro. And I haven't reflected back to that, how it was that bad in ages. But it was bad, dude. In 2010, I would hit my bottom, bro. I'd hit my bottom. I had a fiance at a time. I totaled my truck. I totaled my Toyota Tundra. I bought that Toyota Tundra in 2005 as a gift to myself coming back from Iraq as a trophy. Fucking totaled it. And I was upset that I didn't die in the accident. That's how bad I was. My dad said, I'm gonna drop your fucking ass off at the VA in La Jolla. You're not gonna call us anymore. You're not gonna talk to us anymore. You're not my son. You're their problem. You're not our problem anymore. Boom. Thank God he didn't just drop me off and leave. He actually waited right there as I checked myself into the emergency room of the VA, and I told him, hey, I need help. There was a female working behind the counter at the emergency room. I said, I need help. She's like, well, what's wrong? I said, I don't know. Every time I drink, something bad happens. She's like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, I don't know. I have these thoughts. I can't. She's like, all right, have a seat. She was very nice. We're going to get you processed through the room. And then that's when my journey began, bro, in 2010. Inpatient rehab. Started off with a trip to the psych ward, 2 South in La Jolla, voluntarily. They kind of duped me into going up there. They said I was going to get some help. There was no help up there, bro. It was a fucking locked psych ward. I did go to my first AA meeting up there, which it's been on and cracking ever since, and I just hit 13 years of sobriety. So That's what that looked like, man. It got worse before it got better. Their death, like, hung over me like a fucking black cloud from hell, dude. And I blamed all my drinking, my drug usage, on all this and all of that, man. And the bottom line is I refused to accept their death. That's the bottom line. I was at a VA hospital. Like I said, dude, all this fucking treatment came from the VA hospital. And the doctor's like, you need to accept Doc's death. And I'm like, yeah, well, that's not gonna happen. I don't give a fuck what you say. I'm never going to accept Doc's death. And he said, Hector, accepting something doesn't mean that you agree with it. It simply means that you accept that it happened. And I'm like, oh, the light bulb went off. And that's exactly what did it for me. That's what it was, dude. That was a turning moment in accepting. Once I was able to accept his death, oh, dude, it felt like 1,000,000 pounds lifted off of me, right? I wasn't holding on to that. And yeah, you best believe I don't agree with it, but now I can accept that it did happen. They got killed doing what they enjoyed doing. And I know they enjoyed it because we were, shoulder to shoulder, kicking indoors together, laughing, joking, eating, smoking. It's more than just losing a friend. It's more than just losing a brother. It's what it is actually the world got a valuable asset taken from them. Everybody went their separate ways. My buddy Mays ended up going to NTC, Fort Irwin in California. The majority of the guys stayed in. They got stop lossed. I got out. I did a 3-year contract. I got in and I got out, right? It was kind of a perfect thing. Train, deploy for 13 months, and then, I went from Iraq to home, dude. That's kind of a problem. And they got stop loss and went back to Baghdad for 18 months. So not only am I home, I'm still losing brothers from my platoon overseas, dude. So like, I'm home and I'm getting calls that, hey, did you hear about so-and-so? Did you hear about Ellen? I'm like, no, don't tell me. Yeah, he got fucking killed. It was with the 10th Mountain, because he ended up PCSing with the 10th Mountain. One that hit me hard was Staff Sergeant Leha, Hector Leha. Called him Big Hector. He called me Little Hector. He got shot in the head by a sniper in Haifa Street. That came out on the news. That whole scene came out of the news. This is somebody that was my mentor, one of my leaders in my platoon that took me under his wing when I got into Germany. So I'm like hurting, bro, like extremely hurting, and all this is happening. So some of my friends continued war and died. King went back to Philadelphia. He killed himself a couple years ago, right after Memorial Day, or right before Memorial Day. I recently got asked to speak at my high school, Brawley Union High School for Veterans Day. You know, one of my buddies from my hometown, he joined the Army infantry. He went to Iraq, he deployed to Afghanistan. He's a teacher now. So he tells me I'm gonna be the guest speaker or speak, and that there's gonna be other veterans there in attendance. So I get there, and as soon as I see my buddy Jay, right? Jay has a sister my age, and it's a small town, so everybody knows each other. And me and him both came back in 2005. He was a Marine. He was in Fallujah. I was in the Army. I was in Balad. We both came back to that hometown, and we were both suffering and hurting the exact identical same way. And I remember him at his low, and I'm pretty damn sure he remembers me at my low. And when I seen him at that like 2 weeks ago, my eyes lit up like, oh shit, Jay, what's up? It's like, oh. And I said, we made it, bro. We made it. Five or six of them ended up relocating to the Phoenix, Arizona area. I have made annual trips out to Arizona, out to the Phoenix area, where we will just chop it up like brothers, bro, and reminisce. And I took my daughter. My daughter was 4 or 5, so I introduced her to like, hey, these are your uncles, right? So that's, you know, we're growing. One of my brothers, Hinks, he just came to San Diego and brought his daughter. His daughter's the same age as mine, and we were so happy to like they can play. And then you talk about when we were young, and it's like we both were thinking the same thing. Like, damn, bro, look at us, look at what we went through together, young, and now look, dude, we're grown men, fathers, and look at our daughters together. You can't put a price on that. You know, it's unexplainable.
In Balad, Iraq, where we had just discovered an IED, improvised explosive device, ahead of checkpoint 10. We're here with Jared Hinks. Take it away.
That's right, Farrell. Here in Balad, Iraq, on Route Linda, where two Hajis, excuse me, indigenous personnel,
Iraqi members,
Iraqis, came to the front gate while we were leaving and told us they knew where a bomb was. Sergeant Coleman, being the man that he is, said he didn't care. He wanted to continue mission. But being the men we are, we said, let's be heroes. Let's go get them. So here we are now.
The bomb is down there.
Waiting for EOD. The wait is undescribable. Usually pertains to about 4 to 8 hour wait for EOD. They have to do certain things to prepare themselves to blow up these roadside bombs.
With a chance
like
of ambush.
Getting out of bed, shutting off the PlayStation, taking a shower, lacing up their tennis shoes, putting on mom's favorite underwear, and then coming to blow the bomb up with a robot. Strenuous job. Oh, if you look to the right, there's cars that we are diverting traffic off the road onto the canal road.
Canal road being that road right there. If I had it my way, I'd be able to send those cars right to the bomb and blow it myself.
Fucking right.
There you got some well-hygiened and groomed Iraqi children. They are not dirty, dusty, or stinky whatsoever. This is a nice home that you'd most likely see in Beverly Hills, California. You see, you got the smoke trail.
And they got chickens and cows running through their living room. Fires burning in the yard.
I did see this kid crap in the living room floor once.
Look at Sergeant Acosta work his magic. Do it again, Sergeant Acosta, please, for the camera. Look at his weapon, different than ours. Why? Because that bad boy will spit 30 rounds out in 1 second.
You want to see a 1,000 yards there?
Oh, come on, I'm nearly coming, come on! Don't make me lose that feeling, come on! 5 more. 42, 43, one more! 48, 49, 48, 49!
That there was a monkey fucker.
That'll teach you next time to never play cards with me, boy.
This is from cleaning this out.
Hear ye! We are gathered here today for our little Richard Freddie Hill. Cute! Who's not so little anymore. It's his 23rd birthday today. The 30th of June, 2004. Yay!
Cut it!
Cut that motherfucker.
Richard Hill, do the honors. Big guy, big nuts. Hold on, not yet. Hey, Sergeant Stewart, welcome to Richard Hill's 23rd birthday party, where he cuts the watermelon.
Cut that bitch.
Begin. Cut it, big guy.
Just to get it over with.
Cut it.
So y'all fucking leave
No, don't cut it long way,
You
man.
got a birthday cake? You have a birthday watermelon?
It's a birthday.
Gave all the cake to the Haji.
Cut it, Richie, like you would a man.
Yeah. Like you're starting right as stirred up.
Yeah, big guy. 23 years old, biggest fucking nuts in the platoon.
Feels so hard they eat the boogers out of a dead man in after seconds.
Yeah, there you go. Oh! This is our new room. My roommate Weeks.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a friend I was telling you about that kind of shot that off in here. What do you have to say about that incident, Weeks?
Hold on.
About that day. Man.
A little reenactment.
Where'd you get that flashlight? Did you order it offline? Because that's fucking high speed how you got it all hooked up.
Isn't it? Shit, you probably saved it.